and only 3. All right, good evening, everybody. It is 5:30, and I'm echoing somewhere. Sorry, are we good? Okay, sorry, hi. So we're gonna get started. It is 5:30, and at this time, I'd like to call the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. May we please have a roll call for attendance?
Yes, you may. Megan Miller.
Present.
And I'm drawing a complete blank on your committee. Greg Schneider, who is absent, because I don't see him up on the board, and then Joanne Winfield.
Here.
So all members are present in the boardroom except Greg Schneider. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. Perfect. Thank you so much, Ms. Shope. We really appreciate it. At this time, a motion may be made to approve the agenda.
So move.
And I'll second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. At this time, a motion may be made to approve the minutes from the October 18th meeting. Would anybody? Oh, go ahead.
So move.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Second. No, you're perfect. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. That takes us to section 2 for information or discussion items. And at this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Elliott and Ms. Moratek, if needed, to discuss the educator effectiveness system. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Good evening. We are going to just give you an overview of, to just gain understanding about where we're at in the process, and then there were some updates with the Department of Public Instruction. And then in addition to where we are within our process, just some of the support that we are giving our staff along the way.
Good evening. We're going to move one slide, please. Thank you. So there are several components to the educator effectiveness components that all educators need to do. There is a self-review. There's a student learning or a program objective. So that's an objective that has to do with data. So you may hear of that as like an SLO, an SPO, or a CPO. Educators have a professional practice goal, nicknamed the PPG. There are professional collaboration logs where educators sit down with their administrator or a peer and discuss their SLOs and their PPGs. We have observations that go along with the educator effectiveness system. There's formal observations and mini observations that we'll talk about later in the presentation. And then if you look at somebody's EE, they'll have an end of cycle evidence summary, and that's an artifact holder. And artifacts are pieces of evidence that get uploaded to demonstrate competence with the different components in EE. We tell teachers that think about your yearly goals as a mini professional research project on yourself. Where is it that you're at? Where do you want to move? And what goals do you have for yourself and your students by the end of the year? So there are some additional components for staff who are on cycle. So staff may, if they're in a summer year or a new teacher, will have scores at the end of the year where they are put on a rubric for the different 22 components that we have for the educator effectiveness system. They have announced and mini observations, so there could be one announced observation. DPI has also allowed some additional flexibilities. Instead of doing an announced observation, you could do 3 to 4 minis. And it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of getting in there. So an announced observation has a meeting with the educator beforehand where they kind of talk through what the lesson's going to be about. There's the observation, and then there's a post-observation about how things went. And then teachers acknowledge the forms with a digital signature at the end of the year showing that they've seen their evaluation. Moving to the next slide. We are currently using the framework for teaching from Charlotte Danielson that has 4 domains. So those domains are planning and preparation, classroom environment, professional responsibilities, and instruction. So there's 22 different components within those domains. So when a staff member comes in, they're in a different part of the cycle. So there's new staff or new teacher 1, new teacher 2. They're on new teacher status for 2 years. Now, if you're a psychologist or a social worker, it's social worker 1, social worker 2, but it's a new staff. So a summer year is when you are still scored. And then once you move off of summer year, it's supporting year 1 and then supporting year 2. Supporting year 1 and supporting year 2 do not have summary scores. And then they cycle back up to summer year. So a staff member that's been in the district would go summer year, supporting year 1, supporting year 2, and then back to summer year. Some of the new components from DPI this year, they changed how administrators get certified. Before we used a Teachscape system where you had to view a variety of videos and then score those. That has been changed to having more inter-rater reliability. So 2 administrators going in into the same classroom, viewing things and kind of collaborating about what they saw to be certified. Something else new this year is a new, the SLO and the PPG are combined into one document. So that's for teachers, principals, and assistant principals. The speech and language pathologists and the instructional coaches were already on that type of framework. And DPI anticipates they will flow in the rest of the different educators, like speech and language, social workers and counselors into that same, having the SLO and the PPG together. Right now, those subgroups have those separated. We also have collaborative conversations is documented in the EE system. So just going in there when you've met with your administrator, what did we talk about? How did we collaborate? How did we validate what's going on? And that's in the system. And then there's some flexibilities that I talked about a little bit earlier with announced observations. So they can not necessarily do an announced observation, but 3 to 4 minis would substitute in for that. This is one of the examples on how the self-review has changed slightly. So evaluators go in and they really kind of reflect on how they're doing. So this is component 1A, demonstrating knowledge and content of pedagogy. So they can decide if this is an area of growth or an area of strength for them. After they get all the way through the entire domain for 1, they go in and what is it that they would like to work on? What are their areas of strength and what are their areas of growth? And DPI recommends 3 areas of growth for the school year. So then what that will do is that self-review will transfer to the rest of their mini observations, formal observations. So when the evaluator goes into there, they can see, oh, so-and-so wants to work on developing coherent instruction, and that's something the evaluator can look for. So that is a new aspect this year. Another new piece is, like I said, having those conversations, beginning of the cycle, middle of the year, and end of the year. And so we're still trying to figure out, like, how long do those conversations last? What kind of details do we put into those? So and that is one of the things that I think I'm most excited for in the EE system, is sitting down and having those authentic conversations about your classroom and your goals. Some of the dates that we have for our staff, really looking at the end of October, having the self-review, the SLO, the PPG done. Mid-year, looking at like analyzing those, things done by March. But you can do things up to January when you're starting to think about mid-year, and having everything done by June 1st. With our absolute ending dates before staff leave for the school year. So having those summary year meetings for new teachers. So some of the district support that we have had, next slide, please. Oh, your phone is ringing. District improvement. We had EE sessions at Summer Summit that I did for staff. We did some sessions at beginning teacher induction. We specifically gave time for staff at the October 4th PD to work with their mentors and mentees, to work on their EE, making sure that mentors and mentees focus on EE discussions, having a common PowerPoint for buildings, and then we've been bringing in Tammy Gibbons regarding instructional coaching and constructive feedback related to those collaborative conversations. So any questions about the elevator view of EE?
Thank you so much for taking the time to walk us through that presentation. Board Member Winfield, did you have any questions or feedback?
I have one question. How is the staff when are they excited about something like this? Or because when I think of self-evaluation, you want me to evaluate myself on my job. I don't know how well that works for everybody else, but I work in IT, and I'm the best IT person on the planet. So I just would like to know, as a education, coming from an educational standpoint, how does that look? Would it be something that Dr. Garrison would be vocal about, or would it be the building administrator? Would it be the parents? Would it be the students, to help this educator have a real life goal, and to say, like, I know you talked about the strength and the
Areas of growth.
Yeah, the areas of growth and strength. Like how will we measure that if they're able to do it themselves? I guess is my question.
We really have to focus on that we are in a growth mindset profession. Where are you starting off, and where do you want to go? So a lot of times staff will say to me, like, I feel guilty doing this. You should not. Like, they really start looking down on themselves. No, growth mindset. Where are we starting, and where are we going to? And really then that's a conversation with their administrator. Like, this is where I think I'm at. Where do you think I'm at? And can we talk about that? And there were some staff, like new staff, I said, you cannot choose 22 areas to grow in this year. Not possible. So you pick 3, and these are the 3 that you pick on this year. And then if you like with your progress, you choose 3 different ones next year. Some of the veteran staff say, well, I'm proficient in everything. Okay. Is there something you want to grow on? Because we're in a growth mindset. Do you want to, do you have a new curriculum that you want to dig into deep more? Do you want to really look at your student assessments? Do you want to be more engaging in the classroom and with student engagement? Do you want to connect more with families? So what is it that you want to do to improve yourself? So I think sometimes if you're not in a growth mindset, that self-review can be hard. And really, it's for them to really think, and then from there, they help to choose their professional practice goal.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, this is great. I was just in the spirit of like growth mindset. Can you talk me through a little bit about how, like, I really like the slide where you talked about like, here's all the things that we're doing to accommodate as a district, right? Teacher growth. So how like cyclically does that work? Like how does the district at the district level receive feedback from teachers, and like how does that then like inform your continuous improvement for like the support that's given? Because like one thing that, you know, we hear from like a teacher level a lot is like, you know, there needs to be avenues to like elevate teacher voice and perspective, right? And this seems like an awesome avenue to do so. Like, can you walk us through like how does that process of going through EE every year kind of inform that district support? Like, how does that impact, you know, like, you know, you're talking about like the offerings at Summer Summit, like that's like, so do you take that feedback, or like what is the reflective process?
So I have a couple of different ways. One thing is I talk to our new teachers through beginning teacher induction. What is it that you needed more of? And several years ago, it was support with EE. It was like, I don't even know what these acronyms mean. Okay, so let's take a look at those in our beginning teacher induction. And then also pushing that out to my mentors. Like, please talk with your new teachers about what is it that these mean. It's one thing to have a presentation from me, but then when you're sitting next to a veteran educator kind of talking through, what does this SLO? What kind of data can I bring? Talking with my mentors about what is it that your beginning teachers have. The mentors do a collaborative log about what they're working on with their mentee. Go through, take a look. Are they talking about EE? Are they talking about classroom practices? What is it that they need for support? Because when they're having those conversations, I kind of go back to the rubric and look, okay, what parts of EE may our new teachers be struggling with? Is it classroom management? Is it the paperwork aspect of that? Talking with principals, like how are the timelines? How are your staff doing with selecting their SLOs and PPGs?
Perfect.
And then trying to follow up. We're also doing our bi-monthly AP forums to really coach our assistant principals about EE and how we're getting in there and we're pushing instruction in our classroom. And how are we giving constructive feedback to our educators? And Tammy Gibbons has been a really, for me, a great avenue on how do we academically push that feedback.
Perfect. Yeah, because it's, you know, that's just like we want to support our kids, we got to support the teachers, right? It's like that whole cycle of support. And that sounds great. And it sounds like there's that whole communication piece, which is wonderful. Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to highlight or share?
I'm okay. Missy?
Cool.
Teresa?
Anything for you, Dr. Garrison?
Yes, actually, just from a school district perspective, one of the most important pieces that we have in our conversation is our EE conversation, because it really does, like our presenter has stated, does focus on the feedback. You know, effective feedback does help grow all of us, whether it's constructive feedback or if it's actually positive feedback. And so we want to pride ourselves in providing effective feedback, as I covered my mouth on the screen there. Sorry about that. As we really want to make sure that all of our teachers are getting the feedback that is necessary for continuous improvement. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. All right, so that takes us to, area 3 here for action items. And first up, we have a new course proposal for computer science.
Good evening. So you'll see that this is Teresa Mornitek, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and we will have a team of staff here coming with course proposals. And this will also, we're going to ask you to move this to the consent agenda tonight. For each one of these proposals, asking for that vote to move to the consent agenda. Some of it is within a timeline, so we just want to get the work going, and we appreciate all of the work that our teachers and directors have done just to develop and take us through that cycle that we've developed already. And then there's a cadence in the calendar in which we do course proposals to prepare for course selection in the spring. And so that's why we're moving in this way. We are starting with science. So we have our director, Dr. Gorud of STEAM here with her teachers to support. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Grorud, Director of Instructional Leadership in STEAM, and I have with me Katie McQueen, who's one of our co-chairs for the math department at the high school. And Katie's actually going to talk to you a lot about the course. I just offered to kind of do an introduction. We've been working together talking about the addition of an Intro to Computer Science course for the high school math curriculum as an elective. And as Katie can share, the math department has been working with some partnerships with Microsoft to actually have both the curriculum development and the instruction supported through its first year. So I'm going to turn it over and let her tell you a little bit about the course.
Hi, good evening. So we are looking at partnering with Microsoft. They have a program called TLE. So it is just a avenue of philanthropy from them where they bring in a professional from the business world. So that professional is dedicated to they would be dedicated to our high school, and they would co-teach an Intro to Computer Science course with one of our math teachers. It's a very exciting program. We don't really have anybody in our department that has a computer science background, but this is a course that we feel like is important to offer to our students and open up that pathway for students that are interested in computer science, since we have not been able to offer that, and I don't think the last 6 or 7 years. Any questions for me on the course?
May I say one or two more
sure.
things? It's okay. Just a couple more things to note. One of the reasons why we want to bring this course forward, it's part of some broader planning that we've been doing with the math department around thinking about pathways for students, particularly because our advanced coursework, the enrollment in our advanced coursework has declined over the years. So these kinds of opportunities provide us with pathways that we can build out. And I know it's a long-term goal of the department to build from an introduction to computer science class towards an AP class. The other really nice thing about this particular course is that we do get that support. The cost to run the course is very low. It'll take us, we'll need some curriculum hours to pull together that curriculum with Microsoft and TLE. But beyond that, it really comes down to being able to use students being able to use the Chromebooks that they already have access to and some headsets. And so it's actually a really nice way for us to get support and develop a strong, robust course for the math department to build forward from.
I think you got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Unless there are
Thank you so much. No, yeah, for sure. That's awesome. Board Member Winfield, did you have anything?
I do not.
I just want to, again, thank you. I'm really excited. I'm just curious, is there any opportunity, and I realize like not right now because you're just proposing it, but in part of those pathways pieces, has there been any consideration into looking into like a college credit pathway for Intro to Computer Science, whether it's through BTC or through the UW system?
So college credit as far as AP, this could eventually lead to AP computer science, but I don't know specifically what BTC or UW Whitewater would offer.
No, that's awesome, and I hope that as it gets legs and as, I mean, you got to see how it's going and what enrollment looks like. I wonder if that could be a consideration for the future, and I'm getting a nod. So that's fantastic because that's just another free way for our kids to get college credit. It might help incentivize enrollment and things like that too. So thank you for the phenomenal work that you've done on this. Really excited.
Thank you.
Did you have anything, Dr. Garrison? All right, great, thank you. All right, my computer just shut off. Here we go. Okay, so item 3B, next is a new course proposal for Advanced Placement African American Studies.
Good evening, Board of Education. Tony Bosco, Director of Instructional Leadership and Equity. Thank you for having us tonight. In just a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Jason Knoll and his social studies team from Beloit Memorial High School, home of the Purple Knights. But real quick, just looking at this really exciting course proposal, Advanced Placement of African American Studies, and then also a course change for World History. These are really focusing on one big goal, increasing participation in our advanced placement program at Beloit Memorial High School. And then also looking forward with both this first course proposal and also this course change, really looking into the future and with the Social Studies Department at Beloit Memorial, how we continue to grow and expand our course offerings and build that alignment toward academies and some of the changes that are coming at Beloit Memorial. So I'll turn it over to Jason and his team from Beloit Memorial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Knoll. I am the Social Studies Instructional Coordinator here in the district. I do have the pleasure tonight of having social studies members from the high school here. Nicole Powers, who will be talking about AP African American Studies. Caitlin Harrington, who will be talking about the course change from the 4 different world history courses into 1 to streamline it. And James Hoey is also here to help answer questions for that. So I will turn it over to Nicole to talk about AP African American Studies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I don't know how much you want in terms of statistics about what we're looking at for AP enrollment for students of color. Right now at the high school for this year, we have 345 students enrolled in AP classes. There can be repeats because we have students who take multiple AP classes. And I can tell you that of those 343, 36 of them are African American. And 5 of them are in my AP World History class. But I think one of the best opportunities for getting students to enter in what, we don't call it track, but I'm not an AP student, when in truth they absolutely can be. They just need to be interested in the subject matter. So I'm very passionate about this subject. I've been with the school district for 10 years. In that time, I have taught African American Studies. I teach at least 3 sections a year. It's a 9-week course. This course, I believe, would get students back to Beloit Memorial High School because, so far as we know, it is the only school. We are the only school that will be piloting it this next year. Provided it gets approved, sorry. And I don't honestly know what more I can tell you. So for me, I would really like to answer any questions that you might have, just in that I have all the information, I just don't know how you want to present it.
No, thank you so much for being here. Board Member Winfield, did you have any questions or comments?
I just had a comment. I just remember coming from Detroit, Michigan to Beloit and having the opportunity to take African American study with Mr. Street. I don't know if anybody remember Mr. Street. Dwayne Street was a really stand-up guy, and he had to choke me up sometimes in the hallway because with the life that I was living, that I was prepared to live in Detroit, I wanted to bring it to Beloit with me, but he was one of the teachers that said, hey, you know what, you can't. And I think if we can get this voted through, and also if we can look at taking this like to intermediate schools, like the 8th grade class, if we can have I don't know how you would do it, but like an 8th grade class to just have them understand what needs to happen, as in learning the history and also coming to the high school being responsible, because it's a really big deal, and I really appreciate you with the numbers, because I was under the impression that we had more, but it saddens me, but I'm also grateful that my kids had you as teachers, and they always talk about Ms. Powers, so I appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you. But I do want to say one more thing, kind of to your point. We have had more students of color enrolled in AP classes. I just think that this class especially provides an avenue or an opportunity for an introduction where, okay, maybe a sophomore or a junior takes this class and then they're taking AP government instead of democracy, because we require some form of democracy or civics education for graduation. Maybe they take AP Psych, maybe they take AP Stats, where it never occurred to them, because nobody told them or reinforced for them that they are AP students, that they can do this work. So that, I think those numbers are going to grow.
No, I really appreciate that, and I, of course, have to just throw in my 2 cents, and I'll be as efficient as possible, but, I started my career at Beloit Memorial High School as a history teacher and brought in AP Euro, and I used to beg students to take the class, and, I ended up having a really wonderful experience teaching, and I remember when I had to go to the board and ask for my class to be approved and ask for materials to be approved, and I talked about bringing in additional materials that would help be inclusive, like study guides and things that would increase access. Mm-hmm. It was one of the scariest moments I had as a teacher, because the board members couldn't understand, well, why would an AP student need all this addition? Aren't they ready, right? Ready for the class? And I'm just so glad to see, I won't say how many years, date myself, at how we've evolved, and just the focus on access and inclusion has been something I know like the College Board has focused on for a long time, but we're really like making rubber hit the road here in Beloit Memorial, and I'm really proud to be having this conversation tonight, and it sounds to me like you're right in the right direction, and I'm very excited. So thank you. I know to start piloting a program is a tremendous amount of work, and thanks for your vision and your active focus on that. Did you want to add anything, Dr. Garrison?
I did. So first of all, thank you for the presentation, and once again, all of the courses that we want to bring to, in the future, of course, to our school district, we want to make sure that we are inclusive in the conversation as well. I think this conversation or this class actually does that. It does allow our students to kind of represent them, see themselves in the curriculum that's being taught. With your information as it pertains to a school district, we do want to increase, I want to be known that we do want to increase our AP conversation. That is something that we will be working towards in the future. Of course, those conversations are always going to be had as pertains to continuous improvement. And so naturally, whether it's 33 this year, we want to see that number to grow to 35 next year, or I'm just giving you an example. We want to see that number continuously grow over the next few years. Of course, we do have some course sign up this upcoming semester as well, and so there's possibilities for that number to also change. As it pertains to AP, we also know that College Board truly believes that taking the course is what prepares the kid for college and career readiness. It's not always what they may or not get on the AP exam. And so as much as we want to promote advanced placement classes, taking the class is also something that we want to make sure that our students are involved in. Thank you so much for mentioning in the conversation that it's more of an entrance conversation. We also want to eliminate any practices that may hinder students from getting into AP classes as well. And those are things that we will always continuously look at in our teaching and learning department, led by Mrs. Moratek and her team. Thank you so much for your presentation again.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, so I'm Caitlin Harrington. I was just going to kind of address that we're bringing our 4 history courses down to just one, just to streamline that process, and so that everyone is teaching the same standards consistently throughout that class. So I'm definitely not going to be as well spoken as Nicole was, but I guess same thing. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them for you, and I have them to help me here as well.
No, thank you so much for being here. Any thoughts or questions, Board Member Winfield? Just a question. So this is for world history. I know, like, so in some schools there's kind of like we say world, but it's really Western Civ and things like that. Could you just sort of speak to the balance of the curriculum and kind of maybe the process that's gone through in your streamlining?
Yeah, so we're definitely going to make sure that we're addressing all world regions within the course, because, yeah, we don't want to only focus on Western civilizations or something like that, with definitely multiple different perspectives. And I can't think of any of the words that I want to use right now. If anyone has anything to add, please do.
I can.
Okay, yeah, please do.
Obviously, in saying multiple perspectives, we really do mean multiple perspectives. I can't tell you what percentage would be like European history, but I can assure you that it's a global history so that our students can see themselves represented, again, in this curriculum.
No, that's fantastic. Really appreciate it. Sounds like it's very like standards aligned. Any comments, Dr. Garrison?
I think when we're talking about standards, naturally we want to teach to the standards, naturally. That's very important, assess to the standards, and then, of course, reteach the standards. And then these courses actually do that for our school district.
Yeah, they were specifically rewritten with the new state social studies standards.
Correct. Yeah.
Which
Thank
you
so much.
probably already said when I was talking over there. May I say one more thing about AP African American Studies? This is a really big deal. We are really, really excited about it. However, I've already had a conversation with Monica. Yes. Good. I knew that 15 minutes ago. And we cannot have any media announcements of any kind without the express consent from AP College Board. So before we get that, we cannot have any press releases. So,
Right, and then just actually building on that, just wanted to clarify, because I know Ms. Moratek mentioned about like timelines and things like that. I know that part of the reason for the timeline issue, it has to do with I'm losing a word now too, but.
course catalog?
Yeah, well, I understand you do the course, but like, that AP will only release so much information.
Yeah.
And they're sort of, that they're on their own timeline, which doesn't necessarily play with ours.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that to other board members in case they were confused about why we're just hearing about it now. And it's going to the full board, which
Yep.
is, yeah, no, that's perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions about world history? No?
Great job, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, that was really exciting meeting. Thanks everybody for your participation and for your innovation and dedication to our students and bringing forward all these wonderful opportunities. Our next meeting date, as my
Point of
computer-
order.
Oh, go ahead.
You would need to make a motion as
Oh,
a committee to move
well-
these 3 things forward to the full board.
Gosh, I just did in my head though, so sorry about that. Okay, great. So I want to go back then to 3A because we just kind of like rolled through. Would anybody like to make a motion to recommend to the full Board of Education the addition of the Introduction to Computer Science course beginning in the 2023-2024 school year?
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Item 3B, would anybody like to make a motion to recommend to the full Board of Education the addition of the Advanced Placement African American Studies course beginning the 2023-2024 school year?
So moved.
Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. And item 3C, would anybody like to make a motion to recommend to the full Board of Education the course change proposal beginning in the 2023-2024 school year with regard to world history?
So moved.
Second, Ms. Shope, does that language work? I just noticed that world history wasn't in the original language. Is that okay for your documentation? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just make sure we're, check all the boxes there. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, do you want me to add it? The world,
I think so, because, so it's a course proposal. I mean, otherwise, we're just moving, it just says course change proposal,
Yeah.
so maybe course change proposal for world history.
yep. Okay, got it added.
Perfect. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Sorry about that. I got really excited talking about classes. All right. So unless there's anything else, our next meeting date will be, let's see, Tuesday, December 20th, 2022. So it'll probably be our last committee meeting of this year, of this calendar year. And I believe, although it's not listed on there, it will be at 5:30. Anything else before we close? All right, thanks everybody again. And would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn? It is 6:06 p.m.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. We are now adjourned.
Great job.
It was a questionnaire 2 years ago when I was doing AP test. They were like, "Would you be interested if you have?"
Really?
Yeah.
2 years ago?
Yeah. So it's been in the making.
What is happening? Hey, Maggie Meg.
Sorry, I'm just making the rounds. How are you doing?
I am well. How are you?
I'm overstimulated. I'm socially overstimulated. Like everybody I know and love was in this other man. I'm just kidding, but there were a lot of people at the other meeting, and then Greg was just chit-chatting with me. He has handouts to provide for the theater thing, so I'm just going to ask. I'm just going to say, Mr. Wallendahl, do you have any additional information, perhaps handouts that you'd like
Don't
to
steal his thunder. Like, don't dampen it.
Well, because he was like, well, what am I allowed to do? I'm like, you can do whatever you want. I mean, it's an agenda topic. Like,
Yes.
share your thoughts. Like, we want to do this right. I mean, right?
He knows it's information only this
Yeah,
go round.
Exactly. That's
Okay.
right. 100%.
Excellent. Mr. Wimpel, best batch yet. Best batch yet.
How's it going? Good, how are you? You mind signing? At the bottom? Man, I mean, I just mentioned.
I'm just gonna let it lie. You do.
You did a wonderful speech today.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, what is happening?
I finally charged my iPad, so you can
Look at you.
I'm such a dumpster fire right now.
Oh, Megan. We have a crisis. I think I left my pencil.
Oh, here, you want to use mine? Will it work with yours? Mine's the old one that doesn't work with new ones.
It's very bougie. It's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive. It's good. It's okay.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna like just leave it right here, and if you have like the compulsion to use one and it works. I mean, does it have to pair with your thing or something, or does it just know it's an Apple Pencil?
Well, is it magnetic?
I don't know. No, I don't have the new one.
It's okay.
Sorry.
We're always ready.
Yes, sir. Put me in, coach.
Let me turn my volume off,
Oh yeah.
because that's a thing.
Volume's the thing. Volume matters. Yep, that's okay. One of us does that at every meeting, just so you know. Welcome to the club. So my babysitter's adorable, and she's like just giving me updates. She's like, I am. Like you didn't need to. Like, thank you. Thanks for doing that.
Oh, wrong one.
Can I just show you how much I adore Todd Greco? So this derp, whose name is literally Chad, I'm like, hi, can I teach this child who has a second grade reading level reading during her class because she was needed by the office this morning? No, this child with spina bifida needs to not miss 20 minutes of an 85-minute class for PE. And so I sent it to Todd, and this was his
All right, I'm going to call to order the November 15th, 2022 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:30 p.m. Mrs. Shope, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Brian Anderson.
Here?
Spencer Anderson is not available to be with us tonight. Amy Levy.
Here.
Sean Levy.
Present.
Megan Miller.
Present.
Greg Schneider is also not available to be here tonight. And Joanne Winfield.
Present.
All members are present except Spencer Anderson and Greg Schneider.
All right, is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Megan Miller for the approval of the minutes. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. We're on to 2A, action, discussion, information items, theater addendum revisions.
Good evening, Board. I have our Director of Theater here with us, Greg, and he will be presenting to you information to support the request to increase the current addendum values for the different components for both the fall and the spring show and musical. And I felt that he could speak to it a whole lot better and with a lot more passion than I could ever muster. So, Greg?
Hello, good evening, and welcome, Dr. Garrison. I have some handouts here that might help answer some questions that were probably not included in, well, can I keep one? Can I keep one? Right, so this has been a long time coming that I have been able to get up in front of you to speak about this, and that is that the fall play and the spring musical in particular run during an entire same equivalent as a sports season, and that it is entirely after-school program. It is not done. There is no class during the day that has any connection to the after-school program. We rehearse Monday through Friday from 3:45 until 6 p.m. So that's 2.25 hours every night of rehearsal. The fall play rehearses for 10 weeks. The spring musical rehearses for 14 weeks. That includes the tryout time period all the way through the final performance. During the tech week and the show week, which are the 2 weeks prior to show, we basically have no designated ending time, so we don't go till 6, we go till we're done. So that means I do kind of have a hard cutoff of 9:30 to get the kids home. But we may run all the way until 9:30 at night if the show is particularly difficult in our technology, scene changes, et cetera, for lighting, sound, scene changes, whatever, costumes, costume changes, so all of that. My point being, I feel very strongly that theater should be considered on the same scale of pay as a sport. Not only do I feel that it should be the same scales as the sports, I feel that it should be equivalent to the highest paid sports. Because if you think about sports, they have the same, and no disrespect to any coaches or any athletes here, but you have the same, you come and you do the same plays and you rehearse the same drills and you do the same things every year. And though you play a different team each week, and you might have to adjust slightly to each different team, essentially it's the same thing. In theater, we put on a completely different show every year. A different show takes place in a different setting, in a different time period, with different other factors going on. I just completed a fall play, which took place in 1944 in a factory in Wisconsin, in a munitions plant called Badger. So I had to make sure that our costumes were there, the costume changes all had to be time period appropriate. made sure all props were time period appropriate. All of that has to be changed for every show. This spring, we're doing Mamma Mia. It takes place in Greece. So I have to think about that. I have to have accents for my actors. I have to train them to speak in accents. We have to have a setting that accommodates multiple locations. All of that has to be done different for every single show. So it's not just coming in and doing the same plays. So if you imagine your football team, this year, we're going to have a theme. In fact, every year from now on, we're going to have a theme for your football team. This year is going to be Greek mythology. So all your players have to have Greek mythology themed outfits. They have to be time period appropriate. You get my point. It's completely different every year, every show. So what I've given you here is kind of an outline of my duties as the stage manager at Beloit Memorial High School outside of my shows. And then as well, I've given you kind of an idea of the fall play and the spring musical and my thoughts on those. And then at the end of my packet, I've got a rehearsal schedule that I've got there for you that I laid out. And that shows you my rehearsal schedule for the fall play and then for this fall, Badger. And then in the spring musical, I have a rehearsal schedule there for Sister Act, which is the show we did last spring. So I haven't yet made the rehearsal schedule for Mamma Mia, but it essentially looks a lot like this, but everything is different because the songs are different. So it's like the football team would have to make up all new plays every year. So think about that. It's far more intense. So do you have any questions?
Board President.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for providing this information. I guess my first of two questions is, will you provide the packet that you gave to us, the electronic copy, to the board secretary so we can get this uploaded in board docs?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, so everyone can review. And then my other question is, I see that you provided a requested low and high addendum amount for each position. Will this and we're just hearing it as information tonight, and then in the future we'll be asked to take action. Will this request be broken down by years of experience so it'll fit the current form of the matrix?
Yeah. So the low and high here. Yep. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Dee Dee. The low and the high shown in this on the sheet that Dee Dee gave you lines up with the same lows and highs of the football and basketball coach. So I would expect the same breakdown.
So let me be more specific with my question. I'm assuming the requested low would be in line with 0 years of experience.
Correct.
The requested high would be 7+, but there's 3 other brackets in between there. So before we're asked to take action, will those in between brackets be provided?
Yes, absolutely. This was informational just to show the lowest and highest cost impact to the change, but it will fit the same exact spreadsheet that we have for all of the others.
Thank you.
I'll throw a question out to you. So thanks for bringing it forward. I think, when you look on the merits of, individual effort and like you pointed out, the timeline, the time spent, all that stuff, that makes sense. The only question I would have, and I don't know if you know this, but it'd be something that I'd want to think about before we do take action at some point. Let's say you compare stage manager to the head football coach. Okay, you can make that comparison. That's fine. What about the total program? So, for example, we've got, let's take football, just because we got a head coach, you got a couple assistants, and forgive me, I don't know exactly how many would be equal to what's on the sheet here today, but would a program such as baseball, football, whatever, that we're comparing these to fall under a similar low and high between 40 and 65,000 based on the number of individuals that are filling roles?
Well, my first response to that is that in even comparing football to other sports in the district, you've got other sports in the district that don't, and yet they're paid the same.
Yep, fair enough.
So I feel like it's not a matter of how to, like the total amount for that program. To me, it doesn't matter. It's time that I put in and the amount of hours I put in and the contact time with students and the non-contact time of students that I take for planning, and it's the overall product at the end as well, and how many people it takes to put on a show of that quality. I don't know if you've seen one of my shows. I know several people here have seen my shows, and I hope that they would attest that they're pretty high quality.
Oh, nope, I agree, and it's not a point of saying is one worth more than the other. I'm just trying. One of the things that I'll look at as we go forward will be, and it doesn't mean it's right or wrong, so I'm not saying that, but let's say we added a whole new program, and I don't know what that would be, something that we don't currently offer, and it took 23 positions and it delivered a great product. We're proud of it. It would just have another set of costs. So I'm just trying to get to what would be because you brought the comparison up. Kind of line item by line item. Like the person running the program, you should be paid commensurate to it based on similar time. Perfectly understandable. So I'm just trying to, as we come back, that kind of information would be important. It doesn't mean it's definitive in any way. It's just something that I'd like to hear more about.
Yep, and I would just point to within our own matrix that we have, for instance, wrestling and swimming don't have as many subcategories as football either, or basketball either, yet they're paid the same. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Wallno, can you kind of, so one thing that got me as I'm looking at the pay structure, I think it mentions as your stage manager that you host all the other events.
Yep.
You have responsibility for all those other events that take place in the theater?
Correct. So I'm there for all of the choir concerts, all the band concerts, all the orchestra concerts. I'm there for, last night I had to set up for National Honor Society presentation ceremony. I do that twice a year. I have to set up and take down for the every other week they have assemblies in the auditorium for one of the academies that has a guest speaker that sometimes has a projection, sometimes doesn't. It changes from presentation to presentation what their requirements are. So I'm in the theater. I'm using up my prep time and my lunch time quite often to put together assembly setups and takedowns, and running that.
And then I think the other, you have another consideration. In the other considerations part, you're asking, is this just a mention or just something else to think about, like the assistant director at the intermediate school? Mm-hmm. Just kind of talk about that a little
Sure,
bit?
absolutely. Okay, so at the intermediate schools, and what I said here is that they have, their shows generally run for about an hour, as opposed to my shows generally run about 2 hours long. And so even though it's a half the length, they're still putting on a full production together. So they're still putting costumes on the students. They're still putting a set on stage. They're still teaching them the music, and they're still teaching them the dances. And right now, under the current setup, it's only one person that has to do all of that. Only one person is getting paid to do all of that. Not to mention organize a marketing campaign, handle money, deal with ticket sales, and do all that kind of stuff. So, which I also have to do for all of my productions as well. So I know what they go through, and even though their show is half the length of mine, they are still putting on a full production value show. And to put that all on one person, really hard. I would not want to do that job.
All right. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from other board members? Also do want to say thank you for the presentation, knowing that as the district is structured, that you are in your own position and having to advocate for yourself. But I know that you have spent the time over the years doing the work. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. 2B, 2022 Diversity Report.
Good evening. Tonight, we are presenting to the board for the first time the 22-23 Diversity Report, which was previously known as the Affirmative Action Plan or Data Analysis. And I want to first allow you the opportunity to review the information, but also point out a few of the items. Of course, the statement of purpose, that remains the same. And when we go to page 4 in the report, and let me backtrack a little bit and just tell you a little bit about the importance of this report. It speaks to what our demographics are, not only of staff, but also of our student population. As we are moving forward with a strategic plan and the action plans within that, we want to make sure that we're taking into consideration a lot of what is covered in this report. Who are we serving? What does our student population look like? And who is providing the education and serving as their role models when we talk about the demographics of our educators and those that are leading our buildings and our district forward. And aside from that, it also delves into what we are seeing when it comes to recruiting. How is our recruiting representing the needs that we have at the district? And lastly, it speaks to the separations. So individuals are leaving the district. What is their composition? And this helps us to analyze more by exit interviews, as well as the fall climate survey that we recently started. It helps us to see trends and better understand what our focus needs to be, both in retention as well as in recruitment, as well as within our buildings. And so with that in mind, on page 4, we start with the student demographics. And it's, as far as student gender, it is pretty much down the middle. Not much has changed in female to male ratio from last year to this current school year. The changes that we're seeing, aside from the total number in enrollment, falls down to the second student race and ethnicity chart. And there you find the different categories that we break them down into: American Indian, Asian, Black, Hispanic, Pacific Islander, white, 2 or more races, and then of course the total. And it goes without saying, as with previous reports that have been submitted to the board, is a total of 5 years. So we're looking at the total span of this year plus the previous. And what we notice when we look at the largest ethnic groups of students is we seem to have this year a 33.1% of our student population is Hispanic, a 31.9% is white, and 24.2% of the enrollment numbers are Black. On page 5, we start looking at the staff that comprises our district. We have a total of 877 employees as of the date of this report, which was 10/13. We compare the total percentage of minorities for this year, which is actually a higher percentage than it has been in years past. We're up to 26.23% of total minority groups versus last year 24.68, and even lower in the 2021 school year that had only 22.26% in total minority. It also breaks down what those minorities, what the total numbers are within each of those minority classifications, as well as the total white, Hispanic, and non-Hispanic. Page 6 and 7 further breaks down. We start looking into the different category of employees. So of course we have our contracted employees and we have our non-contracted employees. So it breaks those down by total quantities as well as by minority percentage represented in each of those categories or employee groups. And then on page 7, it goes into breaking these down by building locations. On page 8, we have the 5-year comparison amongst each of the employee groups, stemming from administrator all the way down to permanent building subs. And on page 9, we have a breakdown by gender of the professional educators by gender as well as by race and ethnicity. And as we look at our recruitment numbers, also on page 9, you'll notice the total number of recruiting activities or candidates hired on so far has been 111, out of which 48 represented a minority group for a total of 43.24% minority. And that's district-wide. When we look at the contractual versus the non-contractual, we have 42.27 and 50% respectively. The contracted and non-contracted are further broken down on page 9. On page 10 is a summary of what conclusions can be made based on the findings from these different charts that broke down our staff and student composition. I wanted to, some of the things that stood out to me is the dynamics that are involved in our minority classifications when it comes to student race, Hispanics being our largest ethnic group currently. And then we compare that to our staff composition, and we have only 12.28% that are Black and 11.77% that are Hispanic. So that is definitely an area for improvement. Are there any questions so far?
Thank you. So one, thank you for pulling together this important information. with respect to our global majority percentages within our student and staff populations. I only wish that the board would have received it before today so we could spend more time with the report before having this discussion. But I do have two initial questions. When and how was gender, race, and ethnicity data collected? And were students and staff just given the options of male and female? And then my second question is, what action items are being created in response to this data, again, in reference to our global majority percentages within our populations?
Absolutely. So the data is actually collected at the time of hire for each of our staff members. And so it is information that is contained in Skyward. And that when we look at all of our active staff, that is where we pull that information. When it comes to our students, we get that information from our student enrollment team, who provide us with the information that has been compiled for each of the students that are currently enrolled in the district as of 10/13 of this year when that was gathered.
So that's information that a parent or guardian is completing about a student in most cases?
Yes.
Okay. And then male and female, are those the only two options for gender?
I can't answer to that, but I can find out what other gender categories are included as far as enrollment. And for ours, I do believe that there are other categories, but I can definitely get a breakdown for you of what's currently in place.
Perfect, and feel free to answer my final question in broad strokes. But again, is what actions are being created in response to this data?
Absolutely. So there are a number of things that this information serves us with. And number one is amplifying our recruitment so that we are better able to staff our buildings and our central office with individuals that represent across the board of all demographics and genders. And so as part of the action plans within our strategic plan, one of the proposals that is being made is creating a pipeline through the centralization of the placement of student teachers, resident teachers, interns, and other higher education placements within HR. And while each unit will maintain that relationship, as well as myself, with those higher education entities, that we have that interaction with those that we're placing, and again, creating a pipeline of talent that will be available to perhaps choose Beloit, School District of Beloit as their employer. We are also looking at strategically identifying job fairs and other activities that would increase our participation. And this will also increase the collaboration that we will have with our community partners and also increase the exposure of our district as an employer.
Thank you so much. I hope we use this report and revisit it throughout the next year and then come up with goals as far as recruiting, but also outside of recruiting as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions I can help answer?
Other board members have questions?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. We're on to 3A, employment recommendations. A motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data or any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Winfield. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Sorry, getting there. Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joanne Winfield,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, we're going to go into closed session and come back out. Okay, the Human Resources Committee is reconvened in public session in order to take any action if necessary on items discussed in closed session. Are there any open session questions? All right. Is there a motion on the exhibits?
I move approval of Exhibit A and B. With respect to Exhibit A, omitting the elementary assistant principal at Merrill position.
Is there a
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. We are down to 4D, next meeting date. Next meeting date is Tuesday, December 6, 2022 at 6:30 PM. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller, seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, signify by saying aye.
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 We are adjourned. We'll start the regular business meeting in about 5 minutes at 7:20. the business meeting. Yep. All right, I'm going to call to order the November 15th, 2022 regular board meeting at 7:20 p.m. Mrs. Shope, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Brian Anderson.
Here?
Spencer Anderson is not able to be with us this evening. Greg Schneider is not able to be with us this evening. Joanne Winfield.
Present.
Amy Levy.
Here.
Sean Levy.
Present.
Megan Miller.
Present.
All members are present in the boardroom except Spencer Anderson and Greg Schneider.
All right, is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Board Member Brian Anderson and seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. 1D, Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Brian Anderson, will you lead us in the pledge, please? On the 2A, public comment. You gonna read? Oh, that's the
I thought we were talking about the first
Oh,
little PSA about slowing our meeting down.
you hit
Okay.
both of them if you want to.
No problem. That's fine. All right. So for public comment, norms for public comments during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and orderly meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying and accurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take an action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately, and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy.
All right. Do we have public comment?
We do. We have one person present, and we have one email to be read.
Okay, read the email first, please.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Kim Gamble. I live at 3543 B Lane, Beloit. I have taught and coached at BMHS for 16 years, and I have 2 children in the district at Todd Elementary. I would like to speak about the athletic code policy being discussed this evening. It appears that the policy being reviewed this evening is not the version that was created by our current athletic director with the support of our coaches and teachers. I am asking the board to not pass the policy on the agenda this evening in order for the full board to review the version of the policy of the code as written by our AD. Some issues with the code being presented this evening are as follows. Fall exception rule. With 1F, students are out for 14 days following the first contest. For fall volleyball, this is 10 matches, which ends up being a third of the season, which is the same penalty as 2 or more Fs. In comparison, girls' winter and spring sports miss 4 games with 1 F. This is not equitable for our fall athletics. The 2.0 requirement is unclear. And also I question why we would graduate students college and career ready with a D average, but they would not meet the requirements for athletics. These requirements are more punitive than the other schools in both the Big 8 and the SLC conferences. I believe the more kids we can engage in athletics and activities, the more layers of support we can provide students. Thank you for listening, and I hope you continue this conversation with our athletic director. Sincerely, Kim Gamble.
Okay. And the public comment that is in the room.
We have Tamira Payne.
Good evening. My name is Tamira Payne, 310 Codwell, Beloit, Wisconsin, and I am an 11th grader at BLA. My father was murdered here in Beloit on September 1st, 2016. This tragic event affected me negatively in more ways than one. My schooling and academic success have been severely impacted, and I am trying to turn that around and come back from it. I struggled, and I am still struggling to get myself back on the right track. I was a cheerleader at McNeil during my 7th and 8th grade years, and I look forward to being a high school cheerleader this year. Cheerleading and being involved in other activities kept me from getting involved in drama, fights, and encouraged me to do my work. I've tried to turn my life around academically, mentally, and emotionally since the 9th grade. However, not being in school physically really affected me in a negative way. I was so very excited to be able to try out for cheer this year. This helped me motivate me and excel me in my schoolwork. All of my teachers, principals, and security officer kept congratulating me and cheering me on for a job well done, and how hard I was working academically to get and keep my grades up so that I could be on the cheer team. Unfortunately, that dream was shattered for not only myself, but also for 2 of my peers at BLA. Due to our grades from the previous term, we were punished for our academic mistakes and not allowed to make the cheer team because of our GPA. The previous term was not a 2.0. Me and my fellow peers worked so hard to be on the cheer team and were so disappointed when we found out otherwise. It made me feel like it was no point in trying if I were to change anything. I wish GPA didn't have an effect on our high school experience for activities, but instead they only focus on current grades. As young adults, we want to feel wanted, included, and like we belong and are not being turned down because of our life struggles or because we are not meeting some of the standards you guys think we should. I speak for myself and high school peers when I tell you this is one of the most discouraging rules. It makes us feel like we are not good enough and that we don't serve a purpose. Going forward, I think we should be held accountable for our current grades and not our past GPA that we can't change. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Student board report.
There we go. A few weeks back, I had the opportunity to participate in one of the student focus groups, which provided insight into the various issues at Beloit Memorial. Our discussions touched base on a many number of topics. However, one topic that was rarely touched on and even had to be explicitly prompted by discussion leaders is the violence and behavior issues in our school. While this year at the high school, fights had not been a prominent issue, especially compared to last year, where the start of the school year had several fights in a single day. Last week, however, was an entirely different story. The week started with multiple fights, both within and near our campus, which prompted a modified soft lockdown for the subsequent days. Although many students understood that such a policy was to limit students in the hallway, some found concern with being monitored by security or a teacher just to walk down to the bathroom. This frustration was even furthered as students found this soft lockdown pointless because the physical engagements often occurred when students had already been in the halls, such as a passing time or going down to lunch. Students do want to be safe, yet many don't feel it, even with the increased presence of security officers in our school. Overall, I, along with other students, believe that such measures have made us subconsciously feel like we are bad kids rather than safe. This feeling of security, however, is detrimental to our ability to learn and thrive. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, a concept discussed in our psychology classes, details the requirements for a human to reach self-actualization, which is like our full potential or peak performance. At the bottom of the hierarchy, it starts with physiological needs like food and shelter, which the district already provides to students. However, the next tier is safety, which we are not fully providing within our schools. This, in turn, hinders our ability to reach the belonging, esteem, or self-actualization tiers where learning can actually happen. You might wonder why I'm saying that the high school is failing to meet these needs of safety, especially when I noted that the recent fights were somewhat of an anomaly. However, it's unsafe when we don't have enough seats in the cafeteria, leading many students to eat lunches on the bathroom floors. It's dangerous when we have overly crowded hallways with people running down them. It's not safe when we have students completely disregarding what our teachers have to say. Now, I'm not suggesting we look at implementing archaic Machiavellian-esque rules upon students, as they have a history of failing due to their lack of enforcement over time, or the simple fact that authoritarian policies are ineffective and often lead to other unwanted consequences for students. However, in our schools, we are in definite need of structure. But instead of an authoritarian approach, we need an authoritative structure that promotes consistency, safety, along with the understanding within our schools. To have an effective structure in our schools, we need to ensure teachers feel supported by administrators. This support, however, feels to be lacking, as seen in the many teacher exit surveys that we discussed back in September. Currently, it's no secret that teachers are struggling. Even though it's optional and compensated, many teachers give up their prep time from the day to sub for classes that are left vacant because teachers are out sick or the position is temporarily unfilled. As a person who has grown up around teachers, I know how crucial this prep time is. Without it, teachers don't have time to de-stress or catch up on lesson planning or grading. The current staffing situation within our schools is leading to teachers being overwhelmed in their work environment and even outside it, since many have to resort to grading outside of their contracted hours. As we all know, there is a nationwide teacher shortage. One way to combat such a shortage is to eliminate as many push factors as possible from the position. I don't have full context as to why teachers might feel unsupported. Still, I know there is a level of disconnect between teachers and administrators. And I know it might seem out of my place and purpose to talk about issues teachers might have, but these people care for us, educate us, and fight for us every single day. Likewise, every single teacher in this district that I've come to know has always stated that they've kept their profession for the kids. But lately, we've seen this element is outweighed by the various issues causing teachers to leave our district. While I've tried to keep things on the more positive note the past few times I've done my board report, I wanted to discuss some of the weighing issues becoming more and more detrimental within our schools. We have these amazing things like our school play Badger that just ended, and our academic team advancing to nationals and the start to our winter sports. But in the grand scheme of things, the purpose of our schools is to provide a safe, stable environment that provides enrichment for both students and teachers, and we must remain focused on reaching that imperative state. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayden. 3B, Superintendent Board Report.
So let me first start off by saying thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. One of the things that I pride myself in is being, of course, as transparent as I possibly can, and I want to be honest with you all right now. There's a little bit of nerves in my stomach because, again, this is my first school board meeting here in the school district, in the great school district of Beloit. And so I would like to say, again, thank you so much for allowing me to be here to serve you all as your next superintendent. I would also like to thank, of course, the board who have allowed me to ascend to this position, and without your votes, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. So again, thank you. Of course, over the past 2 weeks, I should say, in the past 2 days, I have had opportunities to meet with school administrators, a few parent and community members, and most importantly, my goal is to continue to have those conversations and meet with staff as well. I know that there's a lot of different themes that we need to focus on here in the school district of Beloit, but I also want to let you all know that one of my focuses will be very clear and and I hate to say cut and dry, but really clear. One, student achievement. Student achievement is something that I pride myself in making sure that we make advancements in. And that does not take one person to do that. It takes an entire school district and community to make that happen. Secondly, I would like to focus on our fiscal development and fiscal responsibility conversations. I believe that a healthy school district has healthy funds to move our district forward. And last but not least, we have to also focus on continuous improvement. I think continuous improvement is something that you can wrap in one big nutshell and keep opening it up and keep going over and over again. As I stated on my first night here when I was appointed, that continuous improvement is like an hourglass. We keep wanting to, once all of the, let's say the sand drops down, you just flip back over and start all over again. And so continuous improvement is something that I truly believe in as a next leader here in the school district, one of the next leaders here in the school district, I would like to say, because collectively we have to do an overall better job at making sure that our focus is on continuous improvement for our entire school district, not just in one specific area, but in all areas. Last but not least, I should say, I know I just said last but not least twice now, but this is the real last but not least. I would like to thank our students for being here today. I had the wonderful opportunity of meeting with one of our winners of our Rotary conversations today. I think his name is, I'm sorry, forgive me, it's Kai? Kai, thank you. I met with Kai today. Thank you, Kai, for your wonderful acceptance speech for Rotary Award today. I believe that these stories are not far and few in between. I believe that our student voices are very important. And not only our student voices are very important, but we are responsible for making sure that our students are heard. And I honestly believe that over time, we will be able to capture not only a student voice, but student achievement within that voice as well. We know that we have some tough conversations to come. And I say those tough conversations are natural in school districts, right? But if we are always better together than we are apart. And so I would like to make sure that we all understand that conversation. For me, I truly believe that, again, we are much better together than we are apart. And as often as we can come together and make sure we're sharing that we are together in certain conversations, that may bring pause to some of the opportunities that we have in front of us. I like to say opportunities because that is the way my mind oftentimes think. Some people see problems, but I see an opportunity. And I see an opportunity here in the great school district of Beloit to make the necessary changes for not only of ourselves, but everyone that lives here in our community. At the end of the day, we want all our students to graduate as Purple Knights. And I believe that is the overall goal. We have some things already in place, whether it be our vision of a graduate, or whether it be our vision of a graduate, or whether it be just welcoming students to the first day of K4. I believe that throughout a student's opportunity here, it should be great. Whether it's, again, K4, K5, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and or 12th. That opportunity should be felt all the way through education. And so again, thank you so much for welcoming me over these past 2 days. I look forward to serving the great school district of Beloit. And again, let's be Beloit proud.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. All right. Ms. Show, can you help me for this board president report? I'm not going to go in depth on each document, but I might need you to click them so they appear on the screen. Oh, one, I forgot. Are there any questions for Dr. Garrison, board members? Sorry about that.
I don't have a question, but just a statement. It was a pleasure to meet with you today. I look forward to building our relationship. I feel comfortable in speaking for the entire board and saying we're so excited to have you here. One, I couldn't tell you were nervous, but two, there's no need to be.
Yeah, to add to that, just like context setting, we're thankful that Dr. Garrison decided to join our team, looking at the input that was given from our community forums and through our process of working together as a board. He was our choice, and we're thankful that we have a partner in this work. One of the things that I'll be talking about in this board report is just kind of shaping up some of that work. Mr. Shope, are you able? Or okay. Okay, all right. Yeah, so Ms. Shope is gonna, when you look at the board president report as it is on, in board docs, first of all, to make apologies to board members in our community that we got the meeting agendas up a little late. There's a lot of things that had to be added at the end as we're transitioning, but as board president, I take all of that on myself. So nothing towards our employees, but just the board president working to get things done. That is on me. But in context, with this report, there are a number of documents that I had added to the board president's section. And these are things that have been presented to us over time, but I wanted them to be present for our community members, for our staff members, and even as we're onboarding Dr. Garrison, for him to be able to have reference to them in one place versus finding them across all the months that they've come. In a short order of kind of narrative form, over the last couple of years as a school board, this is my second year that we have been working towards a goal. Thankful for those members of our board that are serving past their second year. But we started and we were able to evaluate a superintendent, as I've said before, because of changing superintendents and inconsistency of service for board members. That is something that had not happened. We were able to achieve that with Dr. Kieser. And we're in a place where we have evaluated the superintendent. The second thing that we came to is the Wisconsin Association of School Boards annual board development tool, where we began to evaluate the board and to understand what the key work of school districts are as it's defined by defined by that organization. And we have taken the pledge to evaluate our work and refocus ourselves in the key work of school boards in the spring before we bring new people on, and in the fall after those new people have been here. We're also able to develop a strategic plan. Over a year ago, when we discussed the budget deficit that we were looking at last year, we were aware that we had a financial issue to deal with. And this goes all the way back to like the 15-16 school year when the district purposely under-levied. And then there was another one. So we had a developing financial situation that needed to be taken care of, but minus a strategic plan, what are we using to set the priorities in our spending? So last year, our focus with Dr. Kieser and the administrative team and our community, we were able to develop a strategic plan. So we have a vision, we have a portrait of a graduate from our high school, we have a vision of a learner for the district, and we have a strategic plan with 5 areas that our community identified as this is what is important in the school district of Beloit. This is our community's vision. It put us in a situation where we didn't know that we would have to hire a superintendent, but Dr. Kieser did take another opportunity. We were able to successfully transition out of that relationship, and we thank Dr. Kieser for his work as a team member. Move on through the summer with Mrs. Moratek serving in leadership. Dr. Anderson came in the interim. We're thankful for Dr. Anderson and the work that he did for us to help us get off to a great school year. And then now we've transitioned to our new superintendent, which we conducted a hire of Dr. Willie Garrison. One of the things that keep in context is like what it actually takes to achieve these things, because we are elected members of the public. We have our own jobs. We have our own families. A lot of time put into this work for our community because we're all Beloiters and Purple Knight proud. So in hiring a superintendent, we have a strategic plan that we're ready to work. The plan is in the 5 areas. Those are not the detailed action plans. Those are things that will be developed this year as that work is rolled out. But now we come to the other part, which we knew we were dealing with last year, is school finance. We have declining enrollment, and this is something that's been happening with us as a district for a while. So we've been addressing this over the year as we reference referendum planning. So I'm just going to walk you through a couple documents to kind of shape where we're at so everyone is aware of where we are. We feel that as a Board of Education, we have been clear and concise in our communication about what it is that we're doing and the manner that we're working to create stability for our students, for our families, and for our employees so that they can understand what is going on in the district and how we're working to make the schools be and meet the expectation of our community and of our parents. There are several of us who have children in these schools, and we're graduates of these schools. And we know that student achievement is our #1 goal, and having a safe and stable learning environment. Some of us are educators and have been educators, so that's very important to us. And we all have that same Beloit pride that is seen in our community. One of the things that we're thankful for is that because Beloit is a small place, big in our hearts, small together, connected through generations, connected through different classes, we know that the 7 of us are not the only people that are engaged in this work. We know that we have the support of our community because people are very encouraging. They say things, they send things, and tell us to keep going. We're kind of like in the biblical story Nehemiah. We're on the wall doing a great work, and we won't come down because we believe that our children are worth the work that we're putting in to improve our district. So first, Ms. Shope, if you'll hit the 186, the Ad Hoc Advisory Committee and procedures. I'm just going to work my way down from the top to the bottom as they're posted in board docs. Okay. Well, I'll narrate the pieces. When you go to board docs, if you're in the community at home, those 2 documents outline this ad hoc committee procedure that we're going to follow. The basic goal of the policy is that we're asking our community to help us make a decision by providing an advisory recommendation. And that 186, those procedures in that committee, it describes what that is. So we'll set a period of study for a specific topic, and that'll be about our school finance because that's where we find ourselves in our process that we need to address school finance for our district. One of the next things that you'll see in the board docs is the facility 10-year capital improvement plan. That is a document that came to us earlier in the year. We approve a 10-year plan each year. It's just a listing of some of the documents of some of the projects that need to be done. And also there's a draft from our April meeting from Bray Architecture, who conducted a facility study for us. We did work with them. One of the things I talked with our board attorney is that we are in a situation where we had some work done on our pool, and we've been working through that for a number of years. And also, as we're contracting with Bray to complete our facility study so that we have the materials that are necessary for us to make decisions about a possible capital referendum, that work has stopped. So there will be some efforts that will be taken to see if we can get that other tool that we need so that we can examine what capital needs we might have. But those are 2 parts that address the work of our capital referendum. The community survey introduction presentation is a draft from School Perceptions that we received early in February 2022. And what that document explains, it kind of walks through the process of when a community is going out to referendum, the ways that that community and that school district are surveyed to understand what that community's tolerance is. We also had Referendum 101, which came to us in February, and we're going to receive a report tonight from Baird Public Finance. Lisa Voisin provided this for us at the time, and we were able to look at our mill rates, and she gave us information about our referenda. Record number of referenda are on the ballot this November, because if not for ESSER funding, there are a lot of districts around the state that were in a tough financial situation. And we're like other districts that we're working through that also. But that was in February. Today is November 15th, and that's the example that I've tried to demonstrate to you that we have been working on this issue for a while. Also, when we look at our source of committee potentials, that is from our strategic plan when we were doing our strategic planning. And it shows the different communities of our communities of faith, our business community leaders, higher ed, social service agencies, policymakers, students, educators, family school leaders, and district leaders and school board members. That was used to help create our strategic plan. When I present the list of people for the board to approve to serve on our ad hoc committee, is just a couple of new additions of names, but the other names are coming from our strategic plan list. So the same people that help create our strategic plan are the people that I'm, as board president, going to call on again to help us study this question of a referendum. Also is the board forecast model. That's from April 2022. And we're going to, I believe, receive an updated version today, which is another tool to help us understand the state of our finances. And then we have the Beloit Community Survey, which is the last survey that we did complete. And the outcome of that survey at the end just tells us that we have to focus ourselves on the questions. What projects are needed? Why are those projects needed? And how much will those projects cost if we decide to move in that direction of a capital referendum? But also it gets to the point of that we have to explain to our community what our financial situation is, how we got here, and why it's necessary or possible for us to have to take that step, that we ask our community to support the vision that is in our strategic plan so that our students and our staff have the things that they need. And then lastly is that annual School District of Beloit board report, where you're able to watch and see how we have worked in the areas of relationship, community leadership, policy, accountability, vision, and equity. For us as a board, we are focused on things of like data-driven decision-making, board operations, culture, planning, budgeting, district operations, community engagement, policy, and vision. And what you find in those documents, that's how we're judging ourselves and shaping the work that we're doing. The 7 of us are focused on doing the work that only the 7 of us can do, the work that you have elected us to do, so that if we do our job at this level, that we're not impeding, but we're only enhancing the work of everyone else in the system at their level. So as I close on that one, and we roll into 3D, budget forecasting, I want to let you know that we are hopeful. We know that we're in a good position. We have a good team. The 7 of us are a team. Dr. Garrison added to our team, and the team that we have in place. The work that we have is a difficult work, but we're hopeful in that, and we believe in the people that we're doing the work for. 3D, budget forecasting. All right. That's it. Yep.
Well, hello. I introduced myself to the board earlier, but for the rest of the people in the audience.
Yep.
Pardon. There we go. Good Good evening again. I did introduce myself to the board, but for the rest of the people listening at home and everyone else, I'm Kevin Mullen, working with Baird here, representing Baird. And what I'd like to do this evening is just discuss briefly, again, review with you the referendum overview that we put together. And this is going to give you some very high-level information with regard to proceeding to referendum, some historical context in the state, as well as some timelines. And we're also going to talk very generally about some options that you can consider as general strategies as you consider some of the financial questions that you have and how you might meet those challenges that you're considering that were just discussed with the board president. So first, I'd just like to talk about the three general types of referendum that the state affords school districts. So in the state of Wisconsin, as you know more than anyone, the school district operates within a revenue limit, a state-imposed revenue limit. The state has a formula that determines how much the school district can raise in terms of revenue. And that revenue comes from two sources. It comes from state aid, and what isn't covered in state aid is made up for in local tax levy. So those two sources of revenue meet the need that the state tells you is your revenue limit. If you want to exceed that revenue limit, you are asked to go to the public through referendum to exceed that revenue limit. And there are three ways to do that. The first is through debt. You can issue debt with a debt referendum. Debt referendums are generally used for large capital projects, so think classroom space, hard concrete facility needs, things that you would borrow for, and you would borrow for that need over up to a 20-year period of time, and the payments that are needed to support the borrowing for those needs are the piece that's added to your revenue limit. So that's a debt borrowing. You're limited by state statute in terms of how much you can borrow, and that limit is 10% of the overall equalized value or the property value within the school district. For you, that's a very healthy number. You have over $2 billion worth of value, which means that you could borrow up to $241 million under the state statutory debt limit. So you have very little debt outstanding, and you have some latitude there. But again, those are that's specifically for capital projects and for payments that you would spread over a period of time. If you have operational needs more than what is satisfied with the revenue limit, you can also go to operational referendum, either for a recurring referendum. So you could borrow, for example, a set dollar amount, think $5 million that gets added to your revenue limit for the rest of time, just moving forward. It gets added to your revenue base. That is referred to as a recurring operational referendum. You can escalate that amount, or it can just be a one-time amount. There's also a non-recurring referendum for operations. A non-recurring referendum would have a specific dollar amount for a set period of time. Generally, that period of time is 3 to 5 years, just because it seems, that's, if you're not going for a recurring referendum, if you're going to set a timeline, that timeline is, set relatively short into the near future. And the thought there is that you approve that amount for that period of time, but then at the end of, for example, 5 years, you would have to go back as a board to consider a referendum to replace that or find a way to work within the need without that operational increase. So there are pros and cons to that possibility. So it's considered to sunset, and that's a big difference between recurring and a non-recurring referendum. The non-recurring referendum sunsets. So one thing I will say about a recurring referendum, I think of it a little bit like LASIK surgery. You may have LASIK surgery today and you think it's going to take care of your eyesight forever, but over time, at least in my experience, it starts to fade a little bit after time. A recurring referendum is a little bit that way because it gets that recurring increase gets added to your base, and especially in a declining enrollment situation, over time, that increase gets eaten away a little bit because it's added to your revenue limit, and the state calculation if you're in a declining enrollment environment, slowly, decreases that amount. It's just the way that the formula works. So over time, that need probably doesn't satisfy your entire goal. You're probably not going to have a need to go back to referendum in 3 to 5 years, but maybe in 8 to 10, you would have that need at that point in time. And it's just something to consider. Any questions with regard to the types of referendum?
Just a clarity, so with a recurring referendum, what you just said is that it might not meet our goal forever, probably good for about 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, I would say you're depending on the size and the need, you're probably going to be able to live with that for quite a while. Okay. Correct.
But not needing to go back in 3 to 5 years.
That's the hope, right.
Thank you.
So I think, as was mentioned earlier, in November, there was a lot of success here in the state on the referendum side. There were actually 81 questions. 59 different districts went to referendum for one of those 3 types of referendum, and all had lots of success. So of the 81 questions that were posed, 64 passed. On the debt side, there were roughly 82% of those questions passed, and similarly, upwards of 75% for both the non-recurring and the recurring passed. 75 for non-recurring and 79% for recurring. So very good support throughout the state for those referendums. Turning the page, I just wanted to give you a sense over the last 10 years, how have referendums been received. And 2 things I wanted to point out here. One is that you're not alone in your need for exceeding the revenue limit, the state-imposed revenue limit. So you'll notice that there are 2 pictures of the state of Wisconsin on the left. The blue indicates the number of past referendums, on the right the number of failed over that last 10-year period of time. The first is for recurring referendum. Recurring referendum here shows that there were roughly 100, for recurring referendum, there were 147 questions over that 10-year period of time, 73% passed. The previous slide, I believe, had the non-recurring referendum, and there were 441 of those questions over the last 10 years. 80% of those had passed. And then there have been 567 questions for debt, and 72% of those have passed. And I think, if you look at this picture of the state, you'll see, again, most school districts in the state have had to consider referendum to meet that need. And I think that back when the legislature put that in place, that was the expectation, that they wanted the public to weigh in on that need and consider approval. And thankfully, that need has been demonstrated, and most of the public has supported it. So that's good to see. So moving on to your existing situation, I think it's really helpful. Oh, thank you. One slide I want to hit here first. So when we talk about your tax levy, there are 3 components to the tax levy. The first is your operational revenue limit, and that's the pink balloon on the left-hand side. I apologize, that page didn't print. Oh, here we go. In your current budget, the 2022-23 year, the portion of your revenue limit that hit the tax levy for operations was $129,000. The rest of that of your need was covered by state aid. So a very small amount of your revenue limit, operational revenue limit, was covered by local taxpayers. Community service, $50,000 in your budget was covered by local tax levy, and the balance of your your tax levy was for referendum approved debt. So debt that had been approved by referendum by previous questions. We paid, when I say we, you, the school district, paid $11 million worth of debt service in the current budget. So your total tax levy, the total that you asked the public to cover, was $11 million. Turning the page, that $11 million equated to a tax rate of $4.78. on the right-hand side. And comparatively, if you look at where you've been since 2017 to where you were in this current budget, the one that was just approved and adopted, you can see you've gone from a high of $11.73 to presently $4.78. More than half of what that high level tax rate was at that point in time. The other thing that I'll point out is that if you look beyond that dotted line, moving from this year to next year, your tax rate would potentially go to zero. And that's a result of the way that the state aid formula works. So expenditures that you have this year are aided and you receive the aid next year. So it's a little bit of like an echo. You shout the levy this year, and then next year you get the aid on it. And so next year you would have more aid than what you would have in your revenue limit. And so next year, it's possible that your tax rate could go to zero. Now, is that a good thing? In some respects, yes, you may say, well, it's nice to have, that happen. However, the following year, you're going to not have expenditures. You'll have much less expenditures that roll through. The following year, your tax rate is going to go up. And it creates instability. And obviously, the need in the school district is above zero. And knowing that moving forward, it probably makes sense to create some sort of strategy that stabilizes tax rates and normalizes tax rates where that need is, so that it's not bouncing from absolute lows to back to where you need it and whipsawing back and forth. And so I think that that's something that should be considered with regard to your strategy moving forward. So if you look at this chart and you look to the right of the dotted line, we just made a rough estimate of what that tax rate would look like, assuming that the district moved forward and nothing changed. And you can see that your tax rate stays very, very low, at $2, potentially below $2 moving forward, which is considerably less than where it's been historically, and probably does not represent what the need of the school district is. So I think that that's, obviously the challenge. Dr. Garrison, as you mentioned before, it's also an opportunity. And I think if you look at that gray oval, that's the opportunity for you to consider what that need looks like and try to figure out a way to move that into your current budget and stabilize that tax rate where you think it's a normal tax rate. So that's going to take a little time, obviously. Unfortunately, we're a little bit limited by what the legislature allows you for vote dates. So we'll talk about this in a little bit more detail in a minute. But in 2023, the school board only has the opportunity to go to referendum in the spring. There's no November election. And getting ready for that spring election means that you're approving a resolution potentially in January to move forward, 70 days ahead of that date. So it's a short time frame. So you may not have time to analyze all of the options available to you and understand all of the opportunities that are presented. But there is potentially an opportunity to move forward with something in April that starts the process and allows you to consider a more staggered or planned approach to moving forward. And so what we've done is just taken three options that were provided to us and just wanted to put them on the page and give you a sense as to what they look like in terms of tax rate moving forward. So we actually have four options. The first option on the top left-hand side is doing nothing, assuming you're not able to go to referendum in April. As we mentioned, your tax rate in 2020-21 went from $10.10 to this year, $4.78, the two gray bars on the left. Doing nothing means that your tax rate very likely goes to zero next year, and then also comes back up to $2.04 the year after that. So it kind of bounces off the floor and comes back up because you get that state aid next year and not as much the following year. So that's option one. Option two is a combination of either a recurring or a non-recurring operational referendum. So we treated them the same because in our minds, short window, they would look the same in terms of what they would do for you in terms of referendum and how they would be treated over the next 2 years. So we assume $3.2 million gets added to the budget next year, either as a non-recurring or a recurring referendum, and the following year. So as a recurring referendum, it would be in your base and move forward. As a non-recurring, it would occur next year and the following year. And you can see that next year, that $3.2 million would result in a 74-cent tax rate compared to $4.78 in the current levy and $10 the previous year, and then $3.42 the following year. So again, very low, but relative to prior years, much lower than where you've been historically. Any questions on those two?
I have a question. So if we were going to look at, so like over the last several years, we've been between $10 and $11, right, for the mill rate. So if we were to look at a referendum, for like an operational referendum, considering the lack of reimbursement for special education that we're kind of routinely pulling from Fund 10 to repay ourselves in Fund 27, which is like absolutely an equity issue, which is a failure of the state, considering that the last biennial budget was zero spendable dollars to public education, and given the political climate that exists, it's not likely to get better in spite of the over $4 billion budget surplus that the state is sitting on right now. I just feel like these numbers are a little bit low, and it's unfortunate that our state government doesn't find it isn't prioritizing educating the children in our communities. But I just like am looking at these numbers, and I just feel like our Beloit kids deserve better. And as a community member, I just feel like this is like too low. And given that we've been between 10 and 11, what proposals could get us closer to a mill rate that's at least flush? Maybe, I mean, I don't know that we really want to go lower just because of like the echo effect that you described. And yeah, it sounds really great to say like, yeah, we're going to lower our tax, impact, except that tax impact isn't really lowered because of like the extra expenses that come from like the deficit of lack of services that our students are getting and their families are getting, which then comes at other costs, right, to our communities. And so, and then that costs us year after year, is I believe what I just heard you say, right, because of that echo effect as you described it. So I'm just like curious, are there other options for an operational referendum that would get us more flush with what we've been traditionally?
Absolutely, and really, that's, a bigger, broader conversation in terms of what that need is. I think that part of this conversation is that, knowing that need is probably larger than what's on the paper here. These are meant to stimulate, like, maybe what's a transitional referendum, and what does that strategy look like if we know that there's a need that we need to satisfy next year, but we're probably not going to be able to educate the public quickly in that short timeline. That's one challenge. The other is you as a board would have to do an awful lot of work to determine what that is to make sure that that's the right number. So what's something that works well as a bridge heading into this referendum season if we can't understand what that total need is? So that's part of the question, and I, sympathize with what you're saying.
Sure, and I just like, just for the sake of, and then
Sure.
I'm good, but I just like, for example, so like Board President Levy in his report talked about like how we've over the last several years had enrollment issues and this and that. Like, in spite of those enrollment issues, right? Like, in spite of that, if we were properly reimbursed for special education at 60% or at 2/3, right, which is a little more than that, it's almost like dollar for dollar. Like, our deficit is like $10 million that we pull from every year from Fund 10 to reimburse for Fund 27. Like, that's all special education, like lack of reimbursement. So like, for me as like a parent even in the district, like I would want to see some numbers that would at least mitigate, so that we can like properly at least sustain what we're doing for special education without pulling from, other services. So I mean, I just feel like there has to be an another digit on that number. And again, just because of like the failure of our state to do what it said it was going to do when it even put on revenue caps to begin with, right? So I mean, I think that's a piece that I'd like us to be able to consider. And I'd also like we have a little bit of time, right? And we have a strategic plan, and I just feel like there are priorities laid out that Dr. Garrison just spoke to regarding like academics that we could at least align to say like we would like at least to fully fund public education within our own districts since our state lawmakers refuse to do so. In addition to that, here are the priorities outlined by the strategic plan, and here's like just for the next year or two, like I hear what you're saying, like here's what might bridge us over to kickstart those initiatives so that we can align our budget with those priorities. So like just one of 7 board members, like that's to my colleagues on the board, the conversation that more aligns with what I'm interested in having.
Well, and maybe, this is a good segue to the bottom option. So the bottom option is one, and it says facility referendum. That's a little bit misleading because you think of a facility referendum as being a borrowing. This really would be an operational referendum to meet and address a facility need. But I think it does one of two things, and Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong. So this is a $14.8 or a $15 million facility referendum that would, I believe, allow you to use budget dollars, a current budget amount of $15 million to finish the upgrade to HVAC, for HVAC improvements, or at least a portion of that would be for HVAC improvements. And then that would also, free up some of the ESSER funds that had been previously earmarked for that same purpose that could be used for other operational needs. So it gets you to that higher dollar amount, but it also doesn't, I think in my mind, it accomplishes two things. One is it's a tangible thing for a referendum. So you'd be going forward for something that's tangible that you can actually kick and touch while you're meeting some of the operational needs. But then it gives you time to determine what the bigger operational need is, what that more complete answer is, to be able to come back the following year with that answer. So, in terms of a bridge, maybe it makes a little bit more sense. So I believe why that's included here as an example. Additionally, I think it creates, if you can't get to, and I think the purpose of this is just to start to talk about what some of those options are. If you can't get to a dollar amount that meets that complete purpose this year, or you don't feel that you have the opportunity to completely survey the community or educate the community on what that need is for that bigger piece, what's a good strategy? This doesn't kind of create static in that conversation where you're going for an operational need this year and then a bigger operational need next year. This would be, we're going for a brick and mortar thing this year, which also has the ancillary benefit of providing some operational flexibility. And then next year, a more complete operational need. So that's, I think, one of the strategies or thought processes with including this.
No, and I hear that, and I'm sorry, last comment, and then I'm good, and I really appreciate all the explanation. Thank you. So I guess what I want to make sure is communicated to, anybody who's listening, is that even when we were losing enrollment, when we were passing not deficit budgets, when we were passing budgets where we had a positive outcome at the end of it, it was still costing us $10 million out of our own kind of savings account to make up for the lack of funding that we are shorted by the state for special education, which is a huge need in our community in particular, and and absolutely the core of equity issues. And so I don't want people to conflate oh, this is why we're, in trouble. It's, to me, I just really want to make a point that I think our district has overall done an excellent job, managing with what we have. But the bottom line that we have here is we're a school district. And the core of what we're doing is educating our students as equitably as possible. So we absolutely, that's not something that we can give on or compromise on. And so I really like what you just had. It makes a lot of sense, the logic of what you just explained with the facility referendum. But again, for me personally, just for conversation purposes, I think for me, I need to see something that additionally to the facility referendum, it mitigates the operational referendum or the operational cost issue that we have with our special education needs. But
Yeah,
thank
it's a
you for
really good point. And I think, you kind of hit the core of something is, not even necessarily special ed, but, if you have 25 students or 20 students, they still need a gym. They still need a cafeteria. You're in need of a teacher for that classroom, whether it has 20 or 25 students, right? So it's not a dollar for dollar up and down with, enrollment, especially as enrollment goes down. Operational needs actually increase because there are lots of things that, you can't spread that cost over, a broader base. And I think special ed is a really important one that, sometimes is lost in that conversation. So I really appreciate that you brought that up. So I guess just to complete the thought with regard to the bottom piece, which is an operational referendum for a facility need at roughly $15 million, that would bring you to a tax rate next year of approximately $5.70 compared to $4.78 in the current budget, the one that you just approved back in October, and still almost half of what it was 2 years ago. So, but then the other thing I will draw your attention to is that the following year, that tax rate again goes to zero. So again, sorry, Dr. Garrison, but I'm going to quote you again. It's an opportunity that this process, this option gives you an opportunity to consider that referendum and that need the following year. So what it does is it buys you a little bit of time with a concrete thing that has, the ability to alleviate some operational pressure, but creates some opportunity in terms of time and planning. So I think that was the thought process there.
One more quick question.
Yeah.
What's your turnaround time? So like if we are kicking around numbers and ideas and we were like, what about this amount? About how much, just for planning purposes, how much time would it be respectful for us to expect for you to be able to get that number back to us?
We can do this pretty quickly at this point. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Of course, I'm like promising for people that aren't here, but yeah, but we can turn that around quickly. Yeah, a couple days. So any questions with regard to that? Because I really do think that this is kind of the crux of the strategy and the thought process, and it's really not meant to provide an answer, but it's meant more to provide a bridge work for thinking about what those solutions could look like. Turning the page, the reason that I think it's important to consider this is because you don't have the ability to go to referendum at any date. The state limits you to general and primary elections. And so in odd number years, i.e. 2023, you really only have spring dates. There are two spring dates. There's a spring primary in February and a spring general in April. But really, from a practical standpoint, that's one date because you wouldn't consider going in spring and then turning around and going in April. You don't have enough time. The state requires you to notice your intent as a board 70 days before that date. So as we discussed, that April date, April 4th, you're passing a resolution 70 days prior to that, which is January 24th, which is a pretty, it snowed today. We're starting to think January, right? It's not that far off. A week ago, I didn't feel that way. Similarly, that spring primary, you would be passing a resolution in December, really less than 30 days from today. So, from a practical standpoint, that's not one to consider. But then when you look in 2024, you have, the spring primary and generals, both in February and April, and then again a fall primary and the fall general election in August and November. So it provides you a little bit more comfort with regard to planning and being able to get that, the need out there to the public and identified and, described. So, of course, not trying to direct the conversation in any way. I'm just trying to, kind of draw what those opportunities look like for you. So next steps, the decisions, I guess, the big picture piece would be what type of referendum would you want to go for? And along those same lines, how much? Those are not easy questions, obviously. Term, whether or not you want it, if it's an operational referendum, whether you want it to be a non-recurring or a recurring referendum. And then the purpose. And I think the purpose is obviously going to kind of, you're going to start with the purpose and it's going to have a dollar and a value associated with it. So I think, that kind of starts the conversation. And then we'd be reviewing ballot language ahead of, if it was your April referendum next year, we'd be reviewing ballot language heading into your January meeting. And then you'd actually have a formal resolution adopted before January 24th, which, trust me, that would come quickly. And then between January 24th and April, if it was January 24th, that you pass that resolution, there's a whole lot of work that goes into educating the public in terms of what your need is and why you think this is a thoughtful approach to meeting that need. And it certainly can be done, and I think you've got really good partners around you that, could assist you in that process. So. That broadly is the presentation, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions you might have or entertain thoughts.
Board members, other questions?
Question?
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank you for coming and presenting tonight. I appreciate your detailed information. This information has been shared a little bit in this format, like, as you mentioned, by Lisa Voisin once before. It's nice to have this overview for our school district. Our conversations will be ongoing and continuous, as the board president has already laid out our overall plans that has happened up to this point. And so again, thank you for your presentation.
Well, my pleasure. Thanks so much. Appreciate your attention and your questions.
That's kind of the presentation, but one of the things, I guess, kind of just hearing board members that are here, looking at the situation that we're in, trying to create that stability in financing, knowing that, we've got the strategic plan, superintendent, there has to be a way to fund that plan or look at the disruption that not having the finances will cause for the district. So those are some of the considerations. Just like to hear board members kind of weigh in. What are some of your thoughts at this moment about what's been presented to us and kind of where we're at?
Okay, well, I'll just jump in since I clearly have a lot to say on the matter. Listen, we have a school district full of children that need to be educated. There is, regardless of whether schools were open or closed nationwide, there has been, if you look at YRBS data and everything else, even just the social and emotional impact in 2019 before COVID, I don't have the numbers on the tip of my tongue right now, but it was a ridiculously high number of children that over the 10 years previous, from 2009 to 2019, were suffering. It was like a tenfold increase in students who had suicidal ideation and all kinds of horribleness, before COVID, which obviously impacts learning. It's a huge barrier, right? We have so many needs in our community in general, and now we're in this ongoing, pandemic to endemic stage. We're dealing with learning loss. We're dealing with all kinds of different trauma and exacerbated trauma that all of these things we know neurologically interfere with learning. We know all of these things. We know that increased stress levels reduce long-term memory ability. This is just obvious. And so we have a question in front of us. Do we half-heartedly sort of do our best to kind of maybe give kids what they need, in spite of the utter failure of our state's Joint Finance Committee and legislature to pass a budget that makes sense for education across Wisconsin, as evidenced by the number of districts that are going to referendum at all? Almost every school district in the state is going to referendum or has gone to referendum or is planning to go to referendum. And most of them are passing because people in communities see the needs of the kids that, the needs the kids have. So to me, it's we need to take a look. We need to treat our budget the way that it would have been treated before there was a revenue cap. We need to like look at what actually are the needs, and that's what we need to ask for in alignment with the priorities set forth by our strategic plan. Because, I mean, I got 3 kids. If I go through an economic hardship, I'm not gonna be like, well, I can all the way take care of one of them, but the other 2, sorry kids, you know, deal with it. Like you don't do that. These are our kids. And these are our community's kids, and this is an investment directly back into our village that will reciprocally take care of the rest of our village. So I'm not interested in nickel and diming our kids. I think that if we're gonna ask the community to invest in their kids and in our village, then we need to ask for what we need.
I just wanted to just make a comment as in I hope that our last referendum doesn't play a big part in us getting this one passed. I know I was one of the parents who voted against the last one, and the community is talking, and they're I would say 60-40. They really don't know what they want to do, but in the sense of when we passed one before, a lot of the things that was promised to us by that administration at the time, a lot of stuff didn't happen. We do have a really pretty building. A couple of intermediate schools look really good, but in the fact that we were told that a lot of the upgrades was going to happen to all of the buildings and it didn't, I really hope that the community can help us move forward and be a beacon to us trying to understand how to get back on track. So I just in my heart, I really hope that that last referendum doesn't hurt us.
Anderson and Levy, you have anything? Okay. Business on the committee and other board reports. Board member Anderson is not here. Spencer. Teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services.
Get to hear from me again. Hi. So we had a wonderful teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services committee. We got to hear kind of an overview on educator effectiveness and some changes that have been made and kind of the professional development and support that our district is providing for teachers to support those transitions and to support kind of ongoing continuous improvements. It's always great to hear about. We heard 3 new course proposals, which are on the consent agenda this evening. There is a timeline need for the course guide, so these need to be approved tonight in order for students to have a fair opportunity to enroll in these new proposed classes. So one of them is an introductory computer science class that is taking, which is in partnership with the Teal or Teals? I can't remember.
Teals.
Teals, sorry about that. I want to make sure. The Teals program, where a professional from the field will co-teach introductory computer science coursework to our students, which provides pathways into potentially growing an AP program, potential additional pathways and connections with higher education, and just opens up wonderful opportunities for our students. You know, it's a 21st century education that we aspire to give our kids, so that was great to hear about. 2 other course proposals came before us this evening. One of them is, I think, very prestigious, and I'm excited about it, but apparently we can't do media releases about it because of the College Board. But we are a select school to pilot advanced placement, so AP through the College Board, African American Studies, which is a brand new class, which again is in its pilot year. So that's not only exciting because it's wonderful for students to have expanded opportunities to see themselves represented in curriculum and in line with the updated Wisconsin state standards for all students to see multiple perspectives and just have additional experiences and ways to consume history in their coursework. It's really cool that Beloit gets to be a part of piloting that, so that was very exciting. And the third course proposal that is on our consent agenda for this evening is a streamlined world history curriculum, which is truly representative of world history and again aligns with all of our Wisconsin state standards as it was explained to us this evening in the committee. So I believe that's just about everything. All right, thanks. Thanks.
The Governance Committee met on October 25th. We discussed referenda planning, budget development, the Evergreen Solutions staffing recommendations, our intermediate school model, Board of Education annual self-evaluation, diversity, equity, inclusion, trainings, CISA 6 DAPES model evaluation, our board development work with Drew Howick, and school safety overview. Legislative.
Thanks. There is no change to my previous legislative update because the legislature is not currently in session. And as far as the policy update, our next meeting will be Wednesday, December 7th at 5:30.
All right. All right. We're now on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion for the consent agenda, or is there any item that anyone would like removed from the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right, a motion has been made by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Jawan Winfield. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. All right, item 6, discussion items. Ad hoc committee for referenda planning. First. All right, gee. Okay. All right. So as we move forward to get this committee started, one of the things, like reviewing back to the policy, I'm going to make a motion here because we didn't get this part going first, and then we'll fulfill that. So first, by the policy, it says that the board can establish ad hoc committees. So what I'll do is I'll move that the School District of Beloit Board of Education establish an ad hoc advisory committee for the specific purpose of studying the issue of the need for the School District of Beloit Board of Education to place a referendum question on April 2023 ballot to stable finances in the School District of Beloit through a non-recurring or recurring operational and/or debt referendum. I'm going to set a first meeting date for Tuesday, November 29th, and ask that the advisory recommendation of the ad hoc committee come to the School District of Beloit Board of Education with their advisory recommendation by December 13th. One of the things that, and then I'll show the committee too. So kind of going through the policy, I had to work to define dates. There's a number of things, just like the presentation that was brought forward today, that the administration, working with the committee, will have to provide and front load. And so that'll be that time in there. Some of the options will be placed, and then an advisory decision kind of about how to move forward will come on December 13th. We've got to January 24th, which we'll need to have finalized ballot language if that's the direction. So kind of before we close out the end of the school year, having a direction. Like I said, the committee representation are individuals that were on individuals that were on our strategic planning committee. Just use the same list that we used to invite those to participate. And so those are the individuals, and I added a couple more that I would like to send invites to our community to. Mrs. Shope, I sent an email. I think there's about 40 names that I put on there. And sometimes these committees, people will come or not come, or make one meeting or not make meetings, but I did want to go over that list. It's board members' email that it's been emailed to you also too, so you can review the list. Like I said, these are the same individuals that were on our strategic planning committee, and I've added about a couple more to round it out.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. So we're not doing an open call so community members can kind of self-select who would like to serve on the committee. Are you asking that we approve the list that was emailed to us?
We can add, the meetings are open so more people can come. If you want to add more to like who's going to vote, with that first meeting being the 29th, we can add. We can create an option for people to select in, hey, I'd like to be a part of the committee, and we can add them to the committee. I'm not opposed to that.
Okay, so are you requesting that we suspend part of Policy 186, Rule 1?
Nope.
Where the board approves the committee members, because we won't have another opportunity to approve committee members, especially if self-selection is an option.
Hold on a minute.
And then there's also the portion in that same policy where the superintendent would appoint employees, and then the board president would appoint community members, and then the board would approve all appointees.
Give me 1 minute to something else here. There it is. What I would do is, being that today is Dr. Garrison's day 2, I would suggest that in the in-between that we set a special meeting so that he has time to put those staff members that he will add to, and we can set the timeline so that if there are other community members that select, when we approve the superintendent's committee additions, those other names can be added together.
No, I'm completely fine with that. Could you roll out that timeline again? When did you say you wanted the first committee meeting to be?
I get the 29th.
The 29th of November? Okay, so that's in 2 weeks. Do we want to go ahead and establish a timeline for when community members can self-select, when Dr. Garrison will have his list together, and then we can set a special meeting to approve all of those? Or I'm not opposed to waiving that portion of policy and say that I trust the judgment of our board president and our superintendent to make those appointees.
What'll happen is, after Dr. Garrison and I have had an opportunity to talk, it'll be posted, and then Ms. Shope will have to poll us as to when we can have the special meeting to get that added, and then that action can be taken.
That is absolutely an option, but I just want to reiterate one more time that I would not be opposed to waiving a portion of Policy 186, Rule 1, so that we don't have to reconvene for a special meeting to approve those appointees.
That won't be necessary, Board Member Levy.
Board President, can I? Is it appropriate that I ask that we possibly can make that special meeting virtual for the behalf? Okay, thank you. All right, cool.
So at this time, board members, we can, that is the outline of how we'll proceed with our ad hoc committee referendum planning. We can take that up now, or do you want to just all do it later? Add those other parts, but that's the outline. Okay, let's go to 6B.
Board President Levy, if you wouldn't mind, as the policy chair, if I could just walk us through with the highlights that the committee has discussed. I think what's going to be easiest.
Take it away. Action discussion. All right.
Okay, so policy 377, there were no significant changes that the committee and the administration had lengthy discussion over. Most of our discussion centered on policy 377 Rule 2, and there is some spillover into policy 377 Rule 3 because we were intentional about alignment. Now, a couple things. Not all of the notes from our policy committee made it into the final versions. So if you'll just be a little patient with me, and Ms. Shope, if you could kind of edit while we're discussing to make sure everything is in alignment. So two things that I did want to address. One, I'm always excited about public comment and input. But just for accuracy's sake, I just want to be clear with letting everyone know that we have been working on policy 377 that's set in rules 1 through 3 since January of 2020. And both our past athletic and activities director and our current athletics and activities director have had input all along the way. So I just didn't want anyone to believe that the policy that's before the board did not have input from our athletic and activities director as well as our transitioning admin team. All right, there are a couple items that there was a lot of discussion over, so I just want to center us on those. So if we can start with policy 377 Rule 2. And then also so excited to have the student come in. One of the notes that the policy committee discussed that did not make it to the final edit, number 2, capital letter A, and if we could get this projected on the screen, but Ms. Shope, I completely understand is if you can't do that while you're editing. Hopefully people can follow along on board docs if they have that open. So again, we are looking at policy 377 Rule 2, number 2, capital letter A, Roman numeral 3. The way it should have been presented is have a current GPA of 2.0 or higher. So that's different than the initial of have a GPA of 2.0 or higher from the previous term, and that speaks directly to the student who came and addressed us earlier. So again, that should read from the policy committee, have a current GPA of 2.0 or higher. And actually there are 3 points that I'd like to walk us through, Board President Levy, but it may make the most sense to see if we have consensus around each point and then go ahead and approve the policies as they are listed. So if I could poll the board, the way it should read, again, is have a current GPA of 2.0 or higher. The 1996 version, just for context, said striving towards a 2.0, which the legal advice was that is vague, and you don't want your policy to be vague because someone could have a 0.1, someone could have a 1.9. Both students could argue that they are striving towards a 1.0 or 2.0. So again, the legal advice was that we be concrete in our language, and the discussion that happened in policy committee, we landed on have a GPA of 2.0 or higher. Now, the previous version of this policy from 96 said that a student had to be passing all of their classes. In effect, that was a minimum GPA of 1.0. So my perspective, I want to be clear, my perspective, not speaking for the entire policy committee, I don't think it's an unrealistic academic expectation that we ask our student athletes and our students participating in activities to have a minimum GPA of 2.0. So I would welcome discussion from my colleagues to see if we can build consensus around that before we move to my second point, and there are only 3.
Pardon my interruption.
Please.
Chair Levy for the Policy Committee. Do you see where the notes that I was taking and the parts that the committee took out but had been proposed, that language is in 6B along with Policy 377? So you asked me to make
Are you speaking to Rule 2 or Rule 3?
all of them. So like the notes are there for all of them in the attachment section.
I think it may be easier is if we go through the policy as it's presented. So for example, 2, capital letter A, Roman numeral 3 should read, have a current GPA of 2.0 or higher.
Yep. And I probably should have put this attachment there, but I thought you would probably start. And so this attachment was what you asked me to do. So it's the points of discussion.
Correct, but the edit should have been changed. So again, 2A Roman numeral 3 should read, have a current GPA of 2.0. And then if we can see, if I can see, if we have consensus among the board, is that a yay or a nay?
I can certainly support the 2.0, just kind of really exactly as you described it.
And Board President Levy, thank you. I'm just going to go down the list. I'm going to back up. Board Member Winfield, your position?
I'm going to say nay, just because, and I've said this before, if we can let a student at Beloit Memorial graduate with all Ds, we can't let them step on the field. I'm really torn right now because there's no Winfield has been through the school district that was able to not carry a passing grade and play a sport. But I'm looking at what we as the board call the whole child. So I wish I can house all 3 of them kids at the Winfield Palace, but I can't. So yeah, it's gonna be a nay for me. I'm sorry, Chair. On just on that 2.0.
No, thank you for that clarification. We're just going point by point, so thank you so much. Board President Levy? Would you like me to come back to you, sir? Awesome. Board Member Miller.
I just want to clarify because I'm a little confused with the different attachments. So thanks for dumbing it down for me a little bit. Okay, so with the 2.0 GPA, if a child has an F but has a 2.0 GPA in that current semester, they can play.
No. So if
no
if you read the policy in its totality,
Okay,
it has the remedies for if a student has an F or if a student has more than one F. So to be eligible, what the policy committee is proposing, the 1996 was you have to be passing all classes, which means no F. This version is, which we'll vote on tonight, you have to have a 2.0 and no Fs.
Got it.
So it's both things. Please feel free if you want to jump in. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Dupuy. And I also want to point out, not that positions can't evolve, but that is the same thing that the board voted on in June of this year, and it was a unanimous vote to approve. So just wanted to be clear on that as well.
Yes, thank you.
Miss, did you have any other questions just on that point?
On that point, no, I just want to be clear. So like it's the beginning of the school year, right? Practice starts often before school starts, right?
You are allowed to
So you're
practice.
to practice. So then it's like week 1, I'm passing all my classes, I can play. Week 3, I took a dive. Now I'm not allowed to pull. So like, do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Correct.
that's what
Your
I'm trying to
your
clarify. Okay.
eligibility goes along. So with the grade check, everything that as outlined in the policy.
Right. So I failed all my classes last year, but I'm practicing, and I can start the year. And now, like, I've had a change of heart. I'm studying or whatever. I have support now, and now I'm passing everything. I can still play.
You can
Right?
practice. So you're conflating two things.
Okay, that's what I need clarity
Because
on.
if it's the start of the school year, then that's going to be the fall exception rule, which is the next thing we're going to discuss.
Okay. Yeah. I think I need those two together before I can fully weigh in. You see what I'm saying? Because like for
No.
me, okay, for me, I'm fine with the 2.0 GPA in the current semester. I think like the no Fs thing is fair as long as it's in the current semester. The thing that I didn't like is like if I had an F before, now I can't. But I mean, so that's where I'm getting tangled up.
All right. So because it's you, I'm going to preview it for you.
Okay.
So,
thanks.
And then I'm going to yield the floor, Mr. Dupuis,
Sorry,
and I welcome your input. Okay. So here's my 2 cents on the fall exception rule.
Okay.
So I'm not in favor, and I just want to be clear, that was, and Mr. Dupuis, please jump in if I misrepresent your position, that you are in favor of removing the fall exception rule. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I apologize. I was not at the November 2nd, I believe, policy committee because we had a prior engagement. So I'm just trying to follow along with what's going on. Our recommendation, or my recommendation after meeting with stakeholders, was to get rid of the 2.0. And so was it the policies committee and the second to put this verbiage in there that's in the current?
So the
board
verbiage
doc?
has always been in there. We
Okay.
did take into consideration your notes.
Yep.
But the policy committee felt
Okay.
comfortable with moving forward to presenting that to the board
Okay.
to have a full board discussion.
Perfect, yeah.
Yep.
I know there's been transition, so I'm just trying to follow up because
No
wasn't,
problem at all.
Yep.
And again, thank you so much for being here. Okay, so here's my 2 cents on the fall exception rule, and then we'll come back from the GPA because Board President Levy, we still need to hear from you. So I am not in favor of removing the fall exception rule, and I'm not in favor of that for 2 reasons. So one, after hearing from a coach with a long tenure with the district, this individual was surprised when they read our June version of the policy, and they believed that the fall exception rule was new. And again, this is a coach that is long tenured in the district, which leads me to believe that the fall exception rule had not been implemented consistently throughout the district. And I'm not in favor of removing a portion of policy that I'm not confident has ever been implemented. The second reason I'm not in favor of removing the fall exception rule, found in Policy 377, Rule 2, 3E. If you go to the beginning of the policy, we begin with in season or out of season, conduct by Beloit Memorial students is expected to be exemplary. Therefore, all athletic and activities code rules and regulations will apply all 12 months of the year. So that's handled at the end of the policy when they talk about all of the violations. So I believe that the fall exception rule is the academic equivalent of the code rule expectation that applies 12 months of the year. So please keep in mind that if a student ends the year, like you alluded to, Board Member Miller, with 1 or more Fs, that will carry over to the new school year only if that is not remedied over the summer. So if I have 3 Fs, second semester, that does not mean that I will carry that penalty into my next school year, because I have that summer opportunity to remedy that. The penalty only follows you under the fall exception rule if you don't remedy those Fs over the summer. So that's my 2 cents. So if we could loop back to Board President Levy go ahead.
I'm going to give a firm answer because I gave a confused answer. Okay, so my firm answer is I agree that there should be some kind of a grade incentive, because I think a lot of our kids have benefited from like, okay, I need to go to academic study table, et cetera. When I voted in favor of the policy previously, I was under the impression, because I believe that it was stated in our meeting from administration, that it was that there was stakeholder input. So I thought that this is what the coaches and folks wanted. And then I was surprised, because I believe I heard from the same coach that you alluded to hear that that wasn't necessarily the case. So I'm uncomfortable with the F's piece, just because not every student necessarily has the opportunity to make up all, like, depends on like summer school, like timing offerings, accessibility. So I'm uncomfortable with the F's piece, but I can get behind the 2.0 piece in the current semester.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you would be in favor of a policy that does have a 2.0 GPA requirement, but allows you to have one or more Fs?
So like if I have a problem class, but I'm flying high somewhere else and I just need some extra time to work through that problem class, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes like you can bomb a test. Now you're showing an F, but you're getting like A's, B's, and C's in other classes. So like for mathematical reasons, you're still able to pull a 2.0, but you have an F. Like, I don't know. So like that's where it gets in an uncomfortable space for me. But
So if I'm understanding you
Yes.
correctly, you support a 2.0 minimum.
I do.
However, you believe that if that 2.0 minimum can be achieved with one or more Fs, then the student should remain eligible.
As long as wasn't there language in there about like the study table and all that stuff, or did that get removed? That's still in there, isn't it?
Yep.
That's okay. I thought so.
Can I just give some quick data that I
Please.
ran today as it relates to term one and the magnitude of what we're talking about here as it pertains to athletics and activities? Every kid in our school can participate in activity or athletics, right? That's what we want. We want to encourage that. If we say that they have to have a 2.0 or better, that would have affected over 25% of our kids from term one. That number is higher when we're talking about Fs. I know that's a global issue, but from a one-man department, looking at that magnitude of that's affecting a large percentage of our kids, I just want to throw that data out there.
May I get clarification on the data that you're providing?
Yep,
Is
so
that 25% of our total student population?
Yep.
Is that 25% of students who are participating?
Total population.
Because if I remember correctly, and forgive me because I'm attempting to go off memory,
Yep.
when we asked for that specific data about how many students were impacted by the change, I believe the number was 12 students.
That was as it related to fall sports.
So it was
fall
12
athletics,
students
because-
impacted for fall sports, and
Yep.
now we have increased to 25% of our total student population impacted.
Well, that was based off of coming back from the data coming back in our rosters in the fall. That didn't include activity rosters. That didn't include the whole gamut. I looked at specifically fall sports. Here, I had term one grades. I looked at the mass.
So again, just for clarification, you're not looking at the percentage of students that are impacted that are choosing to participate in an athletic or an activity. You're looking at total student population.
I'm looking at total student population, yes.
Is there a reason you're not looking at students who have expressed an interest in participating in athletics or activities?
Because we don't have that data, because we don't have the rosters like we talked about for the ebb and flow of the activities, right? So those rosters are fluid throughout the year in a lot of those activities and clubs.
And I guess my final question for this segment is, since the policy clearly states athletics and activities, is there a reason activities weren't included when you brought us the initial data of 12 students impacted?
When I was transitioning in, that's the data that I had at that time.
Okay, thank you. Board President Levy, Dr. Garrison, do you want to weigh in?
Please, thank you. Thank you. First of all, let me just say, I know there's been a lot of work that's went into this conversation as it pertains to athletics and activities and overall grade point averages and participation for our school district. I would like to just make sure that I am also noting that upon coming to this conversation, I have not had a chance to fully weigh in on this conversation. Now, as a board, I fully understand that these policy conversations are happening with or without a current sitting superintendent. So I do truly understand that thought. One of the things that I just want to make sure I bring note to, when we say activities, that does that also include like prom and does it also include? I'm trying to figure out where is our line in certain conversations, because what's going to happen is there's going to be some unintended consequences based off of the policy as it's stated around the 2.0 grade point average as pertains to being able to participate.
Would
And
you
so-
like me to interject and answer?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. So we see prom, homecoming, parade as events. The committee had a discussion about activities, and it's any collection of School District of Beloit students that have an advisor, whether that's paid or unpaid. So anime, theater, NJHS, those are all activities, but great point, like homecoming parade, the dance, the et cetera, those are events, and those are not covered under this policy.
Thank you. Second question that I like to kind of ask in general, again, no pun intended as it pertains to who has to answer this question. I know that there's always conversations around, and I just want to bring note to the student achievement conversation around grading. One of the things that we have to work on, and as it pertains to every school district, is effective and appropriate grading procedures. Sometimes students may have, 3 assignments. And then there's 2 that the student did well on and 1 that the student didn't do well on. And this may put him or her into this conversation around possibly not participating based off of a GPA that's given the 2.0. And from an aspect of participation and time, that's a large part of their season being taken away for, again, an unintended consequence placed on our students for a possible practice that we need to address. Now, with that being said, I do believe that we have the skill sets to make changes over time. This practice of what we're trying to implement at this current time, I have to honestly state that is something I believe I need more time to process. However, that I do understand where the board is as it pertains to time that you've already dedicated to this thought. As the next superintendent, I have to put that on note, because I also want to make sure that we are being supportive to all conversations in this conversation. Thank you so much.
For President Levy, if you could weigh in on 2.0 and potentially fall exception rule, and then I'll loop back to pick up board members Winfield and Anderson.
I'll address this like this. The the WIA's policy is a student athlete must meet school and DPI requirements defining a full-time student and having received no more than 1 failing grade, including incompletes, in the most recent school-issued grade reporting period. Note, some member schools adopt code and academic policies and other participation requirements which are more stringent than the WIA minimum requirements. In those instances, the school's requirements prevail and must be applied as written. So we are a district that is already in that space where our requirement was more stringent. My answer to this question is based on what already happened this year that we went all the way through at the committee level with the previous superintendent and the previous athletic director. This is something that came up in the summertime as Mr. Dupuis came in and we were transitioning. And the reality, like the practical mind as I think about school things is this. When we were looking at the summertime, as the policy was passed in June, if there's a miscommunication of board passed policy, coaches and students had been working, not understanding that the policy had changed. We're looking at, I think it was 12 students at the time that were going to miss a competition because at that time it was on Tuesday night they were being asked to change something for Friday. So that would have been the one game, and I think that there might have been a couple other students that were like in that second category that were going to miss another portion of their season. Dr. Anderson entered the conversation at that time, and we voted to put things on hold. To me right now, this is just my perspective, it really hasn't changed. Time is a currency. Time is a currency. If there's 9 football games and you lost 1, or even if you lost 3 of them, for a high school player that may only play 9 games in 4 years, that's a portion of experiences. Those are Friday nights that are lost. But for me, as I think about I'm about trying to create the stability and moving forward. I can support the policy that we passed in June, so we can move forward, knowing that we have a permanent superintendent. If we were to come back and have this conversation at a different time, I'm fine with that. But as the issue lingers, because right now we're in between seasons, and to my understanding, just the way that this could have played out, the policy is what the policy was. Those that had to suffer a penalty would have suffered the penalty in the summer. Everyone going into the winter season would have understood what needed to be done. The longer we're kind of kicking and moving this thing around, there's no stability for the athletes to understand. And I think the worst part for a student is to be in the, well, maybe you can, maybe you can't. You know, sometimes there got to be some firmness so things can, you know, that things are a possibility or not a possibility. There's a lot of different, I understand the process you're trying to weave us through, but I'm just ready to support the policy we passed so we can move forward. I'm ready to take the vote and be done.
Board President, if I may add, would the board be open to an exception to adding the context around with some administrative discretion into this conversation?
As the policy chair, I would say no. I think our policy needs to be our policy. In full transparency, we have been working on this since January. I think it is our responsibility as board members to come to these meetings, to have read the policy, and to have a policy position so that we don't keep bumping it back to the committee, bringing it back to the board. Like at some point, we have to know what's going on, and we have to have a position on it.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is, like I said, my default space is just implement the policy as it is. Because we have a new superintendent, a new team with Mr. Dupuy having a superintendent who is now sitting, all these things that have been worked on, they can be worked on again and brought back at a different time. That wouldn't bother me because policies change. But as far as what I want to continue to do with this policy right now, I would just pass what we have or take the vote on it so the board's will can be established and then move to the next thing. Because when we think about, for me, again, I'm going to come back to this, the finance conversations and some of the other things that need to happen, and let me say, like, I'm not heartless. It's not that I don't think athletics and activities matter, but I understand that, again, even if we'd have implemented in the fall, the consequences would have been laid out, and then the season would have moved on. We're continuing to drag things out. So that's why I'm like, put the policy up and let's go.
So my only concern with that, speaking as the policy chair, I'm not interested in a boomerang and we approve it tonight, but you leave the door open for it to be reevaluated at what point in the future, because I have other policy items that my committee needs to review. So if we're just approving it tonight and then it pops back up in January, that's not helpful or respectful to the work that the policy committee has to do.
Well, the thing that might happen is that at any time, if board members want that on the agenda and they want the policy to change or be looked at again, it will come up again.
I totally agree with that, but the likelihood of that happen, again, if board members are well-versed in the policy and hold a position, the likelihood of that happening is very minimal.
Well, I think the other issue is this. So, like the sausage making that's happening here, what we did not have last time and what we don't have at this time is a finalized project presented to us to accept or not accept. So that is what I think would be a difference between this superintendent and this athletic director working together when that would come.
I absolutely disagree. This is the finalized project. As a professional courtesy, I'm willing to walk the board through the 3 points that garnered the most discussion in the policy committee.
Right. I understand what you're saying about the points. It's just, this is a live issue. even when it's settled here, I think it may come back around, and that'll be between the administration and the board. If it does, and if the board members have the will, it'll be discussed again. That's just being realistic.
Excellent. So let's wrap this up. The current policy states, with the edit, is have a current GPA of 2.0. The policy committee is in favor of keeping the fall exception rule. Those were the 2 points. The final point is if you'll jump to policy 377, rule 3, just to make sure that it is consistent. There are, I believe, 2 edits. So as we're looking at policy 377, rule 3, which is for our intermediate school athletics and activities code of conduct, number 1, Roman numeral A, the policy committee said that there should be a number 4, Roman numeral 4 there, Ms. Shope, and that 4 should state students participating in athletics must have a current physical on file. That is not represented in the document that appears. Ms. Shope, if you could add that. Let me know when there are 3 edits that need to happen to policy 377, rule 3 to reflect the will of the policy committee. So if we can edit those, then we'll be ready for a vote. So again, policy 377, rule 3, there should be an additional item under 1, capital letter A. There should be a Roman numeral 4. That sentence should state students participating in athletics must have a current physical on file. Ms. Shope, let me know when you're ready for the second edit. Okay. Under academic and attendance, that header, item A, in keeping the policies aligned from our intermediate level to our high school level, that first sentence should read, students must have a current GPA of, actually this would be the second sentence, students must have a current GPA of 2.0. So 2A would read, grades will be checked at least twice each month of the season. The insertion of that new sentence, students must have a current GPA of 2.0. Everything else in 2A would remain the same. And then if you jump down to 6A of that policy, the sentence that the policy committee asked that we added, and thank you, Mr. Dubuis, for making this available, that 6A should begin with students are encouraged to attend the high school athletic and activities code meeting. And again, this is for our intermediate level students. It is not a requirement, but Mr. Dupuis graciously allowed our intermediate students to have that invitation. So again, that first sentence in 6A would be students are encouraged to attend the high school athletic and activities code meeting. Does any board member need me to repeat any of the 3 edits from policy 377, rule 3? All right. I move approval of policy 377, policy 377, rule 2, and policy 377, rule 3.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Board Member A. Levy, seconded by Board Member B. Anderson. Is there any discussion?
I just have one discussion. Just so I'm clear, as a new board member, I have to apologize to John Dupuis. I did vote on that, not knowing the fall exception, which hurt me as a student, and the GPA as well. But just want to be clear, and I'm asking the board to help me out. We're going to graduate a kid with all D's, but we're not going to allow him the opportunity to play.
So I would just say this, participating in athletics and activities is not a requirement like your requirements for graduation. It is an opportunity that students earn. So to answer your question, yes, unfortunately, we graduate students with all D's. Do I like that? Do I think that's appropriate? Absolutely not. But I think conflating the issue of whether or not a student will graduate with whether or not a student will participate in an athletic or an activity, which is not a requirement for graduation, it is just not useful in my opinion.
Thank you.
No, I think another thing, like I said, kind of where we're at with this is, I discussed with Mr. Dupuis, kind of like even if we were talking on the phone the other day, I think as it's written, a student might miss a significant portion of the season because the next grading period ends in like January 20th, thereabout. So, let's say it's basketball. A coach might have 15 spots. Maybe there's 5 or 3 kids that, you can't participate at this point in time until the next grading period, but these kids are working themselves on the outside and he's saving the spot. Like, those are options that coaches have. There's different rationalizations about whether that coach should save that spot, give that opportunity to some other kid. But the next grading period is January 20th. Let's say if it was basketball, so they've still got the February competitions and they got March going into the tournament. I mean, that is something that's available by how the policy is written. Like I said, it's the place that I'm looking for in the conversation is getting to a finalized point in terms of our work for this year. And like I said, I think that again, because we have a new superintendent and we have a new athletic director, and now that the full team is formed, there are a couple, this is just one policy issue where we might have done some work before, but all the people that the work was done with are not here. But again, for the work that we do on the board, it's a matter of how we go about the work and how we pace ourselves, because we got multiple things that we have to do. So I don't think that this will be totally destructive to any student's opportunities. It might be less than, the floor is a little bit higher than some people would want it, but I have the confidence in our administration that if they want something different, they have the time to collaborate and bring it together, because the part that is missing in the work that we do together as a board is what did it take to have a 7-0 vote, a 3-0 vote in the committee work that happened earlier in the year? What did it take to achieve a 7-0 vote in June when we did this? And then the work that's gone on before. So like I said, there's multiple things that got to get done, and this is just one that we got to put into the box for this year and then move forward, because to plan it together, the way that I would have preferred that all of this happen from the beginning is if the administrators, and this is before, if things came together done, then we wouldn't have to work them together on a Tuesday night when there's other pressing issues that we have. It's about the order of the work. And like I said, we've got new partners, and we'll get to that place where we need to be.
I don't want to prolong this, but I do need some clarification after the vote, depending on what's voted on. We have started winter seasons, and we're currently under the 2016 policy, which states a kid can practice with 1 F but cannot participate until midterm. A kid with 2 or more Fs is out, cannot participate, cannot practice in any team activities until the end of the term. And that's where President Levy was talking about that kind of discussion of coaches allowing somebody to potentially come back in 9 weeks that hasn't been a part of a team or surrounded by that team. Also, so looking at, when the implementation is of this, and then, moving forward again, what is the next steps when we do implement it, depending on when the implementation is. And then also clarification on having a current GPA of 2.0. Again, that could be Monday, Tuesday I could be at 1.7, Wednesday I could be at a 2.3, Thursday I could be at a 1.9. I mean,
So let me just go ahead and see if
Yep.
I can answer all of those questions. One, if the board votes to approve what is on the floor, it will be as it is presented in board docs with the edits that I gave Ms. Shope that were unfortunately not included. So that would be implemented immediately. The policy reads, whether a student has 1 F or more than 1 F, that student can practice. They're just not eligible for competition until those Fs are remedied, and I'm not sure where the confusion is coming in because it's laid out in the policy.
Right, but we're under the 2016 policy. So when I met with these kids
yeah.
and I sent emails home and letters home, it was based off that current policy that we were following.
Right, so the
So-
policy that's uploaded in board docs for this evening is the 2022 version, and it addresses all of those concerns that you've laid out, and those will be immediately implemented. And current GPA means just that current GPA. The policy committee was very specific about that. So it's not just your term GPA. If you do a grade check, that establishes your current GPA.
Okay, so for example, right, that kid that had multiple Fs may or may not have made a team because the coach, based off the policy we're currently under, is out for 9 weeks or until the end of the term. That couldn't practice, couldn't participate. So if this gets put in place tomorrow, am I then meeting with all these individuals and all these kids and all these coaches and retracting what I just sent home the last 2 weeks? Or are we saying from this point forward, that's what we're putting?
So what I will say is that this policy does not speak to tryout or who makes a team. This policy speaks to who is currently on your roster. So however coaches want to handle, like John has an F, does that mean he doesn't make the team? That's something as the athletic and activities director, I would hope that you would provide guidance on, because this policy speaks to current rosters, whether that's athletics or activities. And again, the current policy, the 2022 revisions that are currently in board docs that we're going to vote on shortly, if a student has 1 or more Fs, they can still practice.
Correct.
That does not preclude them from being a part of the team. So I guess maybe I'm answering the question inadvertently. If a student can have 1 or more Fs and practice, that I don't think 1 or more Fs should mean a student can't join a team. That wouldn't allow them to make the roster.
Well, right, but currently, right, we had tryouts, let's say, we started girls basketball, girls hockey, boys hockey last week, right? So I did called the people in, had meetings, sent emails out, got my eligibility list to coaches, all that stuff, right? And we're currently under that 1F, you can practice, you can't participate until midterm, and then you got to be passing all your classes, other verbiage. 2 or more Fs, you cannot practice or be in any team activities. So that information was pushed out to parents, guardians, meetings with students and coaches, explaining that rationale to them. This week, we started boys basketball, wrestling, and so that information was also, and those meetings were also had, right? And so that might negatively impact somebody where now tomorrow, if this gets passed, right, what I'm saying is that am I going back to these kids and these parents and these guardians, these coaches to say, well, this kid technically,
so here's
could
where
be
we
on your
are.
roster.
If the current motion on the floor passes, a student with 1 F will be ineligible, and they can still practice.
Yeah.
They will be ineligible to compete for the first scheduled contest week.
Yes.
Now, 2 or more Fs, they are ineligible for the first third of the season based on WIAA allotment of games. And those were the edits that you submitted that we kept.
I totally understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that kids have been cut
because they're failing.
Because they can't be a part of anything for 9 weeks, based off of what we have right now in our policy for 216, because the 2022 was retired, correct? So
2016 is current because we suspended 2020.
Right.
But what I'm saying moving forward with respects to Fs, 1 or more than 1, we wholly adopted that you wrote that portion of the policy, and we are saying, yes, we absolutely agree with you.
Yes, I understand. I guess what I'm saying is,
you may need to tell students something different. Because,
coaches,
hold on,
right.
if this is approved, we're going with the version of policy that you submitted to the we totally agree with what you submitted.
So that's what I'm saying is that is going to affect what has just happened the last 2 weeks.
I believe that's the case.
Right, okay. I would suggest that this would be implemented in the spring or next year, because again, coaches have made decisions based off policies we had in place, and communication has been sent out to parents and guardians. Meetings have been met with students, administration, and communication. And a coach, yes, could have kept a kid that had multiple Fs, but that kid could not, it's been communicated that that kid could not practice or be in any team activities. So that kid could have been cut, where in the policy that may be passed tonight, now I'm bringing him back and trying to tell the coach or somebody else, like, no, that's not right. Now it's 33% of the year, right? Does that make sense?
So it does make sense, and here's my concern. We have known since this summer that policy was in flux. We suspended at the request of you and others the 2022 policy and reverted back to the 2016 policy. So everyone knew that 2022 was being reviewed and could come back around. And what we landed on is absolutely, Mr. Dupuy, we agree with everything that you wrote of how we should address students with 1F or more than 1F. So I'm unclear as to why you're not okay with us accepting what you recommended for implementation.
No, I am okay with you accepting it. I'm thinking from a practical terms of, I just had conversations with these kids, these coaches, and these parents and guardians based off the policy that we were under, the 2016, and that stated 1F, you're out till midterms. 2 or more Fs, you cannot practice or participate in any team activities. So going into tryouts, coaches had that information. And so they might say, you can't be around anything. You can't even practice, so I can't secure a spot on our team for you. Right. Now those cuts have been made.
That is a warmer point, and then I'll yield the floor. I think it's unfortunate that they were given a definitive message when we all knew that this policy was in flux and that the 2022 version was going to be reviewed by the full board. So I think it's unfortunate that students and families may be getting a different message because this was not a secret. We've been talking about this since January and since you've come on board since this summer. So yes, that absolutely sounds like that is going to be the case.
The thing that I would say, like for where we're at right now, is we are again in that same place where it's like Tuesday before Friday. To me, the best thing about this is we have a superintendent, and the questions that Mr. Dupuy are asking, those are questions like direct supervisor, superintendent on a day-to-day operation side can figure out. There is some, like you said, that it's in flux because we didn't hit a clear point before the season began where people are able to, the communication has been muddled, however. So the thing is, like I said, what's next in front of us is that spring season. But the thing that I would say is, like, that's how we have Dr. Garrison. Let's let him work with the administrators, and he can tell us, like, we'll take our vote. And then it's a practical part of how it's got to get implemented in the day-to-day process. And he's the superintendent, so let's take our vote, and then he'll work that out with I understand why Mr. Dupuy is asking the board since he's in front of the board, but that is something that Dr. Garrison will help him understand and come to how it's going to work out in the practical part. And then Dr. Garrison will tell us like what was done, and we'll provide him feedback.
Awesome. I'd like to call the question.
All right.
Point of clarification before you vote. In your motion, did you have in there to waive the first reading and go to final reading? Because tonight is for first reading.
No, thank you so much, Ms. Shope. What would I do without you? So I would like to add to my motion to waive first reading for obvious reasons, and to treat this as a second reading of the stated policies. And I also need a roll call vote, please.
Are we still,
The question's been
yeah, okay.
Waiting for Ms. Shope to give us a roll call vote.
The yeses are for the policy, right? Because I got confused now.
Ms. Shope, whenever you're ready with the roll call vote, please.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joanne Winfield,
Nay.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried 4-1.
To note, I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Dupree, for your time and your expertise. We will make sure that we have additional conversations as it pertains to the implementation of this next policy.
Next meeting dates. Future board meeting dates. Governance, Tuesday, November 22nd at 5:30 p.m. Business Operations and Finance, Tuesday, December 6th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources Committee meeting, Tuesday, December 6th at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting, Tuesday, December 6th at 7 p.m. And the Policy Committee meeting, Wednesday, December 7th at 5:30 p.m. All right, here we go. All right, so now we're down to 8, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education in a closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statute relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
I have a question before the motion. Are we adjourning from closed?
As I look at this, yes, we will adjourn from close.
Thank you. So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
It's been motioned by Board Member A. Levy, seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Shope, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Joanne Winfield,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Oof.